Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th hearing of the Portfolio Committee number 1 Premier and Finance Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Houssos and accompany officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of finance, domestic manufacturing and government procurement and natural resources. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome again to the witnesses and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Coates-Trotter and Mr Gadiel, I also remind you that you have already been sworn in before this committee during this inquiry and do not need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, and I'll begin on my left with Mr Cullen Smythe.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Cullen Smythe, Commissioner of State Revenue. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Minns.
Thank you, Chair. Philip Gregory Minns, Deputy Secretary Revenue, New South Wales, Chief Commissioner of State Revenue and Commissioner of Fines Administration.
Thank you. Ms Beattie.
I haven't sworn yet.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
It's a long title. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. Georgina Beattie, Deputy Secretary, New South Wales Resources in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And I can't see the nameplate there. Mr.
Gadiel.
Oh.
He's sworn already.
Ms Gadiel's already sworn. Ms Tripodi, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Jamie Tripodi, Acting Executive Director of the Resources Regulator within New South Wales Resources. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before resuming questioning from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition. Mr Tudor.
Good morning. Thank you,
Good morning.
Minister.
Good morning, Mr Tudor.
Minister, either you or any member of your staff, to your knowledge or the best of your recollection, ever sought the personal information of a taxpayer from revenue?
So at no time have I ever requested information from Revenue New South Wales that didn't strictly accord with my role as Minister.
And in relation to your staff, to the best of your knowledge or recollection?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
No member of your staff?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Minister, when was the payroll tax threshold last increased and to what amount?
So, thank you, Mr Tudor Hope, for a question in relation to payroll tax. We're obviously undertaking some work in the inquiry into payroll tax at the moment. And the last time the payroll tax, so the payroll tax threshold from recollection has moved around a little bit, did under your government. But in regards to specifics, I might have to take that on notice, or actually I could probably pass to any number of the esteemed public servants who are accompanying me today.
So you don't know when
It was last lifted?
Yep, the threshold.
I couldn't tell you off
Yeah.
the top
No,
of my
that's
head.
okay.
I've probably got
Mr.
it here. I can
Fitzgerald
tell you that
will
when it
probably
was
have-
frozen, Mr.
Yeah.
Tudor-Hope, I can tell you when the threshold was.
2020 or 2021?
2020. Right, this is not a pop quiz, but in any event, well, to assist you, it was lifted to 1.2 million, I think is the current threshold, in July of 2020. Minister, you'd be aware, of course, of the effect of inflation on the value of money. What do you say, best guess, $1.2 million in 2020, 2021 is worth in dollar terms today?
I mean, you just said it's not a pop quiz, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I'd be happy to say
this is a bit more specific.
I'd be happy to say to you that, to make the point that it was your government that froze the payroll tax threshold. It was your Premier, Mike Baird, who froze that tax threshold. And we haven't made any changes to the
2020,
overall
I think it was.
threshold.
I don't think it was Premier Baird.
There was two changes. No, I'm not saying that it was in 2020. I'm saying that he removed the indexation of the threshold from recollection. I think it was about 2013 or 2014.
Yeah, indeed. So the specific question though.
Well,
the specific question is, it's $1.2 million and it was lifted to that in 2020. In today's terms, given inflation is what it is, what is $1.2 million taking into account inflation?
Well,
today?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I can tell you that the rate is 5.45%, and if you would like detailed calculations or Treasury modelling, you are welcome to request that from the New South Wales Treasury.
Well, would you accept that there is an RBA inflation calculator which suggests that in 24-25 it would be worth about $1.43 million? Would you accept that?
I'll take it in good faith. I'd probably want to go and check the calculations or ask some of our esteemed public servants in the New South Wales Treasury to check it.
I'm happy for you to do that. So that's effectively a 19.3% inflation over the 4 financial years. Would you accept that?
No, I'm not going to accept the. You can put out figures like this, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Well, you're welcome.
Do you have a substantive policy question for me?
What modelling do you say the Minns government has done on increasing the payroll tax threshold to take account of this high level of inflation and the resulting impact on payroll tax for small business?
So I would at the outset say I acknowledge that about 40,000 businesses across New South Wales pay payroll tax. But Mr. Tudor-Hope, when we are talking about the pressures on businesses, it is worthwhile noting that there might be 40,000 that pay payroll tax. There are 340,000 who pay workers' compensation premiums. So this government is pursuing a reform program for the biggest single increase in cost, and that is a reform program that you, Mr. Tudor-Hope, are blocking.
Well, no, I'd have to suggest that you're blocking it, Minister, because we're happy to pass the bill, just excise the provisions where you are taking money and benefits from really seriously injured workers, and we'll pass it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you could talk to any of your colleagues.
So, Minister, just in relation to payroll tax, how many more businesses do you anticipate will be liable for payroll tax in 25-26 who did not pay payroll tax in 24-25?
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice, or perhaps even pass over to Revenue New South Wales. As I said, 40,000 New South Wales businesses pay payroll tax. That is fewer than 10% of the businesses in New South Wales.
So, you, Mr. Minns, you don't have any modelling in relation to that, Mr. Smythe? Perhaps you might take that on notice and provide the committee with an answer as to the potential for new businesses to pay payroll tax.
I'd make this point, Mr. Tudor-Hope. If there are additional businesses paying payroll tax, that implies that they are expanding, that they are employing more people, or they are paying their workers more, all of which are good outcomes. Mr.
No, Minister.
Tudor-Hope.
It potentially suggests that the threshold has not moved, and more businesses are being caught. Isn't that what it suggests?
Mr.
Treasury documents use a figure of 1,285 extra businesses each year becoming liable for payroll tax due to a combination of inflation, higher wages and business growth. Do you think it is good for the economy for more small businesses to become liable for payroll tax? Is that your policy position?
I would make the point that that payroll tax is an important revenue stream for the New South Wales government. From memory, it contributes about $12 billion as part of our budget. So yes, it is an important revenue stream. And the final point that you made there in your question, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is if businesses are growing, if they are paying their workers more, then that means they will be paying payroll tax. But I make this point again, Mr. Tudor-Hope. If you go around to the Chambers of Commerce, as the Premier, the Treasurer and myself are speaking to business groups at the moment, the biggest complaint that they have is the workers' compensation premiums and the increases that they are going to face.
Easily solved if your government would in fact not strip seriously injured workers of, in fact, their entitlements. But that's a matter for you. You could make savings in relation to workers' compensation very easily if, in fact, you acknowledged that it is not a good policy position to take money from seriously injured workers. But I'll return to that very shortly with you at any event. Minister, you receive...
A point of order has been taken by Mr.
It's not really an opportunity for lengthy speeches. It's an opportunity for questions.
The Minister just gave one.
No, the Minister can.
She's entitled to.
Minister.
I uphold the point. I uphold the point of order. The Minister. That's what
She
she's
asked
here
me
to do, is to give answers. We should
The Minister
avoid
asked me a
commentary and making statements and restrict ourselves to asking questions, Mr. Chair.
Minister, you received the first quarterly report to the Procurement Board on local market testing under Procurement Board Direction 24-02 on the 20th of May 2025. Correct?
Look, I don't have that exact date in front of me, but it's true that the first quarter has been received.
And it was finally made public on the 14th of August 2025?
I'll accept those dates from you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I
Thank you.
don't have those in front of me.
Why did it take 3 questions in question time, 2 supplementary questions for written answer, 1 question on notice, an order for papers, an arbiter's determination on your absurd privileges claim, and a resolution of the House before this occurred?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm happy to answer your questions
that's
in
the question.
relation to our if not, why not policy. I would say that this is a new policy that we have introduced, that I issued as the Minister, and it's part of the way that we are rebuilding our government procurement system at the centre. And it's as I've said to you previously, as I've said at length, this is a first initiative to remove barriers to inhibit the growth and the development of local industries. Now, this is in its very, very early stages, Mr. Tudor-Hope. This is the very first quarter of reporting, and you would be aware, as a former finance minister, that the contracts that are captured by this policy are contracts over $7.5 million. And and there's very few of those contracts that would be issued and executed within a 1 quarter period.
Let me just go back to the... It is now a public document. Is there anything contained in that document which, in fact, prevented it from becoming public on the 20th of May 2025?
So which document are you speaking about, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
The report in respect of my local market testing under PBD 2420-02, which you received on the 20th of May 2025.
Look, I don't
Anything in that document which you say prevented it from becoming public document on that day?
I don't have a copy of that document in front of me, Mr. Tudor-Hope. If you'd like to table a copy, I'd be happy to provide reflections on the document, but I don't have the document in front of me.
Well, I'll arrange for that later, but it's an astonishing thing, isn't it? You claim privilege in relation to it. The arbiter considered the privilege. There was nothing privileged in relation to that document. There were 3 questions which were asked in the House about it, all of which elicited a response. Effectively, Minister, what you are telling us is that there was an attempt by you to hide that document. I just ask you why.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm happy to answer your questions. You've asked
Why
me
did
3.
you try and hide the document?
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence on point of order.
There's really 2 points of order. The first is that question had already been answered with a request for the document. So I don't think it's really courteous in the circumstances just to put the same question. But then when the Minister was attempting to answer it, notwithstanding that, she was immediately cut off.
I won't uphold the point of order, but the honourable member is entitled to repeat the question if he sees fit. That's not discourteous, but he should give the Minister the opportunity to reply in full.
Is there something in that document you were trying to hide, or was it just an attempt to be obstructive and avoid transparency?
No, I completely reject the premise of your question, Mr. Tudor-Hope, and you would know that it's up to the government to decide when and how data is distributed. I'd make this point. Under your watch, your government disputed plenty of claims of privilege, and we can go through those. Now, if you have a specific question in relation to that document that is in front of you that I don't have a copy of, then I would request that you would provide me with a copy of that document. That's just a common courtesy. That's a common courtesy that we usually undertake in these kinds of hearings. If you haven't been organised, Mr. Tudor-Hope, to bring copies with yourself, then perhaps you can ask the committee clerks to provide a copy and you can take...
Order, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Order, Mr. Tudor-Hope. You can avoid interjections. The Minister was answering.
Minister, you've now received the 2nd quarterly report, have you not? Covering the period April to June 2025.
No, I haven't received that report yet, Mr. Tudor-Hope. There's still at least one agency that I'm aware of that hasn't completed that reporting.
When do you anticipate receiving that?
Look, I'm happy to take that one on notice. I know that the work is ongoing. I'd make this point, as I did earlier, which is that this is new reporting that we are asking government departments to do. It's part of the process of us rebuilding our local capacity and encouraging more of our government procurement spend to be spent locally. You know, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that $42 billion is spent by the New South Wales government each and every year, and we want New South Wales government agencies and departments to be looking locally. Now, that's what this policy is focused on. This policy also requires government agencies and departments to start to collect data in a way that they haven't had to do that before. And I'd really like to thank the government agencies and departments for the work that they are doing to collect this data.
Well, which agency is missing?
It is important that that work is undergoing. Look, I might just take that on notice because I've got it in the back of my mind, but I don't want to mislead the committee. And if I've got the information correct, then I'll get it to you later in the hearing.
So there is an agency missing. You know that.
Yeah.
You just can't identify which one it is. Is that what you're saying?
No,
now?
I'm saying that I receive regular briefings on these, Mr. Tudor-Hope, as you would expect, and before naming agencies. Actually, I'd make this point. I don't really want to... I've just thanked government agencies and departments for the work that they're doing. This is a new and a different way of doing procurement as opposed to how you ran procurement, Mr. Tudor-Hope, of sending billions of dollars and thousands of jobs offshore. So what we are doing is we are asking agencies and departments to look locally for a local supplier. This is I would say a relatively small but a significant change in the way that we want government agencies to do that. But this is only the 2nd quarter of collection, and we will certainly work through the collection of the data as we work through processing the data.
So later today, will you confirm which agency has not impact?
If I'm able to get that information for you,
you've
Mr.
identified
Tudor-Hope, then I will.
That it is one. When will you provide...
No, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you don't get to put words in my mouth. I said, I am aware of one. There may be more than one. I am saying to you, I'm answering your questions with the best of my knowledge, and I'm telling you that to my recollection there is one, but we are in the process of collating the data. The Treasury is doing plenty of work. The departments and the agencies are doing plenty of work in order to collate this data. Just to be clear, Mr.
let me ask you
Tudorhope,
about
you
that.
never required government agencies to collect this data when you were in a position in this chair to actually make those decisions.
Minister, you're the minister.
2 years, 3 budgets.
We're all adults here. You're the minister now. Minister, just in relation to the reporting, what is the roadblock which would prevent an agency from reporting on contracts over $7.5 million? What is the roadblock?
I don't have that information for you, Mr. Tudorhope.
Have you asked?
I don't have that information for you today.
Have you asked?
I'm happy to take that on notice for you.
And what are the impediments for reporting on time?
Yeah, there's a range of issues. These are entirely new things because your government had a default of pushing contracts and jobs offshore. Now we're trying to rebuild local manufacturing, spend more of our government procurement spend here, but that's not a light switch that we simply turn off and turn on. And consistently what we are hearing is the need to build local supply chains requires time and it requires certainty. And that's not something that your government
How many
provided
contracts
with.
in the first report do you say were covered by the provision?
Sorry?
How many contracts were disclosed in the first reporting period?
Well, you've got the document in front of you.
How many do you say there were?
There were 3 contracts that
Thank
were
you.
awarded to New South Wales suppliers.
That's 3. It's not a big task, Minister.
Yes, but we do expect that this
Maybe
number would grow
the problem is,
over
Minister, isn't
time,
that there
Mr.
isn't a big procurement pipeline that your government, in fact, is engaging on. Can I ask you this?
Well, no, Mr. Tudorhope, I'm going to stop you there. There's $42 billion that the New South Wales government spends each and every year. This is a new requirement for government agencies and departments to implement in order to address the way that you sent billions of dollars and thousands of jobs offshore.
There are 3, I think, contracts in the first period.
Exactly, and the point I made at the outset, Mr.
Over
Tudorhope, maybe you
$7.5
didn't
million.
hear me when I said this, was that contracts, and you should be aware of this as a former finance minister, that contracts over $7.5 million, which are captured by this policy, often take more than a quarter to execute. So we expect that over time there will be additional contracts in relation to this.
Minister, when will you change procurement policy to give effect to your election commitment to apply a minimum 30% weighting to New South Wales government tenders worth more than $7.5 million that captures local content, local job creation and small business and ethical supply chains?
Yeah, so I don't have an announcement in relation to a timeline on that today. What I can assure you, Mr. Tudorhope, and the community is that the work on our local content policy is ongoing. This is an important body of work, and we do have some specific contracts that are out already with local content requirements, but this is an entirely new capability that we are setting up across government, and it is taking some time to do that. But I'd take this opportunity to really thank both the government departments and agencies who are providing feedback as we develop this policy and this new capability in government. I'd also really like to thank the business community, the unions, the other industry experts that we've been consulting as we draft this policy.
So, are you able to at least tell us this? Whether this weighting will be in addition to the existing weighting under the SME and regional policy that apply to all goods and services contracts valued at $3 million or more, of 10% for SME participation and 10% for support of the New South Wales government economic, ethical and environmental social priorities. So is it in addition to that, or does it encompass those things?
Yeah, so you highlight a really good point, Mr. Tudorhope, and that's something that we are actively considering at the moment. You would be aware that tenders are released by a range of different government agencies. They are different and diverse, and as we work through whether we retain those particular policies or whether we implement our own. Sorry, I won't say whether, I would say how we implement our own. We're doing that carefully, we're doing that methodically, we're doing that in partnership, as I said, with industry, with the union movement, and with business, and also across government. And it is taking some time because it is a new capability that was not done under your government.
And I have to say, the case
Thank you,
minister,
Mr.
it was
Tudor
a
Hope.
key election
Thank you very
commitment.
much. You don't have to say, Mr. Tudor Hope.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
not
Tudor
even
Hope.
able
Your
to clarify
time
what it
has
means.
for questions and comments has expired. It's now time for me to ask some questions. Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you know if the Port Kembla Energy Terminal, PKET, will be importing gas from 2027 as Squadron Energy have claimed?
Look, I'm not aware of that on the exact timeline of that, Mr. Buckingham. I know there's been some developments in relation to that, and there are ongoing questions about the East Coast gas supply. I think even in the newspaper today, they were AEMO was talking about East Coast shortages by 2029.
When haven't AEMO spoken about East Coast gas shortages?
I'm not aware of that. I'd have to take that one on notice.
What are the developments that you referred to that have occurred regarding the Port Kembla Energy Terminal?
Look, I would talk about the developments that have been publicly canvassed in relation to that. But really the questions in relation to those would probably be best direct to Minister Sharp. You would be aware that gas is going to play an ongoing role as we bring more renewables online, but that's really something that's being led by Minister Sharp.
Regardless of how soon imports start, the import terminal is already built, will be highly flexible and will be able to dial up imports up and down based on demand. Given this, do you think this facility will be more complementary to gas demand reduction efforts in New South Wales than a new onshore production project in the Pilliga?
Look, that's a really good question. Excuse me. It's a good question. I would say, as I said to you earlier, I know AEMO is projecting gas shortages across the East Coast by, I think, I read this morning it was 2029. I'd previously read it was 2028. I think these are important considerations and questions, but they are largely considerations that I'm doing in consultation with Minister Sharp. This is where our two portfolios obviously intersect, and that's something that we've talked about previously, Mr. Buckingham, which is I have responsibilities as the Minister for Natural Resources, and Minister Sharp as the Minister for Energy has different responsibilities. But I'd take this opportunity to say we work closely together and collaboratively because we think it's really important that we have a united approach.
Has the Santos Narrabri gas project passed all regulatory approvals now?
So it has received planning approval, as you would be aware, by the Independent Planning Commission. One of the important things to note is that as part of that approval process, it will be required to be used for domestic use. So that's a requirement that we would take seriously. In relation to the latest, you would be aware that this has been an ongoing matter through the Native Title Tribunal. Mm-hmm. And so we've given an undertaking, the New South Wales Government has given an undertaking that to the appellant that we will not determine the petroleum production licences without providing prior notice and supporting reasons for the decision. So the National Native Title Tribunal determination was made on the 16th of June, and as I said, it's currently subject to appeal proceedings in the federal court. The state's a listed party, so I'll be careful about what I'd say, but I think that's important information to update the committee.
Is it still the government's position that you oppose the Narrabri gas project?
No, we've talked about that here previously, Mr. Buckingham, which is that we went to several elections opposing the Narrabri gas project. It then passed through the planning approval process received approval by the IPC. So our position that we took to the 2023 election was that we would allow that to stand, the approval to stand, and we support the project.
Thank you. Minister, the Premier commented recently that countries buying our coal have, and I quote, all indicated to us that, and I quote again, they'll be buying less of it in the future, coal, to the point where they don't buy any of it at all. When did our the countries who buy our coal say this to the Premier? In what context did they say this?
Look, I mean, that's really a question for the Premier in relation to what they've said to him. What I can tell you is that I engage consistently, particularly with our key trading partners, in order to ascertain what their sort of horizons are. Japan has recently released a new energy policy. The Deputy Secretary could give you probably some more terminology around it, but we certainly, our government and I personally, engage consistently with those key trading partners. One of the things you would be aware, Mr. Buckingham, that we have done is map for the first time the existing planning approvals for existing coal mines that are currently in operation. And that's really to aid our work as we begin the process of establishing our Future Jobs and Investment Authority. Those time horizons are, I think I might have it here, they are, oops, sorry, I'm just looking for that.
Well, I'll get to the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities a little
sure.
bit later, but when do we expect Japan to stop buying our coal? Japan's our biggest market. When do we expect them to stop buying our coal?
We do expect that to be for several decades to come. At the current, the planning or the existing information as part of the Future Jobs and Investment Authority time horizon we've looked to is 2050, and so that's sort of the time horizon that we are expecting there will continue to be jobs supported within that industry.
As you know, John Barilaro's strategic statement of coal was published with no public consultation more than 5 years ago in June 2020. It remains government policy. In your view, what has changed since 2020 that's relevant to the government's current views on coal policy in New South Wales?
So I'd say that there's a large number of things that have changed since then. Most significantly, that I would say there's a new government and we have commenced the work, as I've said to you previously, about updating that particular statement. I've also made the point that we'll do this collaboratively. I said earlier that I work closely with Minister Sharp, and that's something that we're considering with a different part, or actually with both parts of her portfolio. But I'm consulting more broadly across government in relation to that. Thermal coal is a key part of our electricity network. It's a key part of our export markets, and it's a key source. The royalties are a key source of income to the New South Wales government. So, but as you quoted the Premier earlier, this will not go on forever, and we've begun that process of planning for the future. But there are a range of key things that have changed. Most significantly, I would say, is that we have legislated our net zero requirements, that we've now got a net zero commission, and we're working collaboratively to utilise the information that commission is collating as part of that process.
So you say you've begun the work on updating the strategic statement on coal. When will you conclude it? Can New South Wales community expect you to have a new policy document before the next state election? What's the timeline for that?
That's the timeline that I've outlined previously, which is that we would do it over the course of this term of government. I'd make this point, Mr. Buckingham, we are doing it in a different way to the previous government. As I said to you, we've mapped those existing coal mine planning expiry dates so that we can start the work on our Future Jobs and Investment Authorities. Investment Authority. We're working closely with our federal counterparts and their net zero, I always forget the E, the Economy Authority, and to make sure that we don't have duplication between those two particular organisations. But this is going to be a big part of the work that we're doing, and it's certainly a big part of the work that I'm undertaking at the moment.
And where are we up to with the Future Jobs and Investment Authority? I thought it was authorities.
No, so this was the important announcement that we made as part of the budget, which I went up to the Hunter and made on the site of the former coal mine at West Wallsend with a number of my Hunter colleagues. And I'd take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues from the coal producing regions for the feedback they've given, and the broader community. We've gone through a pretty extensive process in engaging with the community in relation to this. The Future Job and Investment Authority, as part of the budget, I announced that there will be $27.3 million in funding over 4 years to establish it. We're going to start with the Hunter region and the Central West. I know that's something that we've spoken about, Mr. Buckingham, just given the time horizons for the Central West and the reliance on coal in that particular part. So that's really the first part, and we're going to be working, and we have been working closely with the NZEA as we roll that out.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you. Welcome, Minister Houssos.
Morning, Mr. Borzak.
Just a few questions around small-scale titles. Minister, I'd like to ask some questions of the independent review into small-scale titles. In late April, you travelled to Lightning Ridge and White Cliffs to speak to Opal miners and landholders. I'm aware that the reviewer, Terry Sheehan AO, handed down 81 recommendations as part of his report, including recommendations, as your own media release says, balance stakeholder rights, improve rehabilitation and environmental outcomes, update cost and compensation, improve understanding and usability of the legislative framework, and modernise the administration of the minerals claims. We're currently almost 5 months from the visit, yet there's been no recent information on the progress of the response from your department. Minister, can you tell us where the government is up to and when we can get a report on the information received from that trip?
So in relation to the, that was the second visit that I'd made to Lightning Ridge.
Could you just maybe speak a bit closer?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'll use my mum voice. In relation to, that was my second visit to Lightning Ridge, and on both visits I have consulted with the local Opal mining associations, and actually I'd like to thank the White Cliffs Mining Association for travelling across to meet with me as well. I also met with local landholders and with the Crown Lands Trust, and on this particular visit I had the opportunity to go out actually way past Lightning Ridge out to past to Glengarry and Grawin, to the sheepyards out there, and just sort of visit we passed by the pub in the scrub. Deputy Secretary accompanied me, but it was a great opportunity for me to engage again now that we had the review. My first visit was really about the initial stages of, you would be aware, Mr. Borzak, we had to reissue, or I had to reissue those titles that had been incorrectly issued under the previous government. It was a huge shock to the local community to stop opal mining. But it was clear from that visit that there are a lot of issues that had just been neglected for too long. So as a result of that, we engaged with the review process. You mentioned that there are 81 recommendations. There's a broad range of work that's going to be required, and the purpose of my second visit was really to engage on those recommendations as we formulated the policy. There's been a couple of things that the department has done as a result of that visit, which Ms. Beattie might be able to provide you with a bit more detail on, around an education campaign and some compliance action that's being done. We've also made some changes in relation to the way that titles are issued and renewed. Sorry, it's the renewal, not the issuing of titles. But I just make this point, Mr. Borzak, it's a relatively small part of our overall mining industry, but it's one that is crucial for the Lightning Ridge and Whitecliffs communities. And there's really deeply held views there. And I'd also take this opportunity just to thank the Honourable Stephen Lawrence for the work that he's done in helping engage with the local community, engage with the different various stakeholders, and ensure that all of their views are held. There's no doubt that when we release the recommendation, when we release the government response...
Minister, has Mr Lawrence been down a mine?
I understand he has. I think he sent me some videos of him...
True. Thank you. But
Chris Minns
Minister,
sent him down one.
Minister, are we going to get a report from...
Yeah.
And when are we likely to get that?
Look, I'd just say this work is underway. It's been underway for some time, but there are a range of complex recommendations there that we're just working through. But we expect that we'll have something to say before the end of the year.
Before when, sorry?
Before the end of the year.
Before the end of the year, okay. What facts and information can you give us now in relation to what you gleaned from the visits to Whitecliffs and Lightning Ridge?
So I didn't go to Whitecliffs. I haven't had that opportunity yet. I did, like I said to you, that was my second visit to Lightning Ridge. It was a great opportunity, as I said, to not just engage with the local stakeholders, but get out beyond Lightning Ridge and see some, particularly the mullock heaps and some of the challenges that faces, and it was certainly raised with me by the landholders afterwards. We did, as I said, launch an education campaign and some compliance action off the back of that, and Ms Beattie can provide you with a bit more detail on that.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So look, part of the response to
Ms Beattie, could you actually just talk a bit more closely into the microphone? Thank you.
Oh,
I'm an old shooter and I'm pretty deaf.
Hopefully that's better.
In one ear.
So,
In one ear,
look,
that's right, this one.
In response to the independent review and just our continuing work on Opals, the department has been continuing to work with miners and landholders around the regulation of opal mining. With compliance and enforcement, we have really been focusing on education about the need to rehabilitate and understanding requirements and obligations under the Mining Act. Just recently, the Resources Regulator had an education campaign where we worked really closely with miners, had people in the field visiting mine sites, working with miners to make sure that they understand those obligations. We've also been working to ensure that we can reduce administrative burden for miners in terms of the application process for renewing claims, and we made a change to the regulation to ensure that some renewals can be done online. So there's work going on as part of our overall business improvement process to really make sure that the regulatory framework is as effective as it can be.
All right, thanks very much, Ms Beattie. Minister, Australia provides 95% of the world's opals, and the bulk of those come from New Zealand. You said just now that it's a small part of the mining industry, but it's obviously a very important part of the world's supply of opals. Can you provide the annual turnover of opal output in New South Wales?
So that's an excellent question, Mr. Borzak. I think my understanding is that we are the only source of black opal in the world, and so I'd make the point that when I had to take those steps to end opal mining, or just pause opal mining, I should say, as we reissued the titles, there was some significant global market implications for that. But so we're really happy to see that a large number of that opal, or a large proportion of that opal mining is now back and underway. Ms Beattie has explained how that work is ongoing. One of the things that we asked the independent review to do was to look at the economic contribution of opal mining.
So do you have a figure?
No, my understanding is we don't, but I'd be happy to pass to Ms Beattie about the point. This is somewhat contentious within the mining community, but opal miners don't pay royalties, so they have to pay some fees in association with the work that they do. So there is some limitations to the information that's provided to us.
So look, we did do a cost-benefit analysis as part of the work that fed into the independent review, but as the Minister said, it is our best estimate of the contribution. It is really important to regional economies in Lightning Ridge and White Cliffs. We know that.
So how much is it? 1 million, 10 million, 100 million?
Look, I'll have to take it on notice to see the number that's in the report, but I think it has a number of caveats also referenced in the report.
Well, of course. Minister, you just mentioned in your answer there that when you're closing the industry, was that a mental or slip? I mean, you've got no intention of not continuing with the industry, surely?
No, sorry, Mr. Borzak. What I was talking about was when I first became the minister, one of the first actions I had to take was to stop Opal mining because the previous government had incorrectly
In relation
issued
to
the titles. So
titles,
we
okay.
started the process of issuing them correctly and legally, and so that required there to be a pause in Opal mining. That was really why I visited Lightning Ridge in those, I think it was at the start of May in 2023, just really to assure the local community that our government and that I personally understood the importance of opal mining to the Lightning Ridge community in particular, and that we were going to get that process underway as quickly as we could. And full credit to the team at Resources, we got that underway. We got the miners back onto their titles as quickly as we could.
Okay, thank you. Bing.
Pregnant pause.
I'd be happy to talk about our opal mining industry in Lightning Ridge in more detail if you would like.
I've got some more
We've
questions.
got some more questions, Minister, but we'll just wind the
I've just
clock
run out of
down
time.
and now hand over to the opposition for some questions.
Thanks,
Tudor-Hope.
Mr. Gadiel. Are you aware which agencies haven't provided reporting in relation to the Procurement Board Direction number 24-02 for the last quarter?
Yes, I am.
Which agencies are there?
I believe it's Transport or Metro Authority.
Is that the only one that you're aware of?
That's the only one I'm aware of.
When do you expect that information to be made available?
We would expect that to happen this month, but we haven't received the returns yet.
To the best of your knowledge, is there any information which you would see that has been provided which would prevent that report from being made public when it's available?
I think whether or not the report's made available is the decision of the government.
Yeah, thank you. But there's nothing that you're aware of which would preclude the report being made available?
Again, that would be a matter for the Minister.
Good. Thank you. That was helpful. Minister, I just asked you before in relation to your commitment to the 30% weighting, which was an election commitment on contracts over $7.5 million. You're not able to tell us whether that is in addition to the other weightings which have been given. Is that correct?
No, I said, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that was one of the issues that we were working through, is that how our election commitment in relation to local content for tender weightings is implemented. Tenders, as you would be aware, as a former finance minister, are very complex and vary greatly across different agencies. The other thing, and I've said this previously, Mr. Tudor-Hope, in fact, it's the Premier's analogy. He says, when you come to government, you don't have a clean slate. You inherit basically a half-finished jigsaw puzzle. And so our responsibility as we try and build the future capability across government to spend more of that money here in New South Wales is the interaction with the policies of the previous government. I make no secret of that. We did just recently release new figures that showed that we had a record level of spending, I think from memory, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, over $10 billion with small and medium-sized businesses. And that's an important indicator as we rebuild our local capabilities and spend more of that money here.
Good. Building on an excellent policy which already existed. Minister, in the first report of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner on managing modern slavery risks in New South Wales, procurement of electric vehicles, you're aware of that report?
Yes.
The Commissioner states that it was originally planned for a Procurement Board Direction making compliance with then guidance on reasonable steps mandatory would be finalised in June 2025. The timeline has been revised to ensure that the implementation of the guidance on reasonable steps aligns with complementary social procurement and industrial relations reform that the New South Wales Government has signalled it intends to undertake. That was the Commissioner's observation. Under this revised timeline, when do you anticipate a Procurement Board direction making compliance with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner's guidance on reasonable steps mandatory?
So you asked me this question last time, Mr Tudor-Hope, and you asked whether I would issue a Procurement Board direction, and I said that I wouldn't rule it out, but I would just take this opportunity to say thank you to the Anti-Slavery Commissioner for his ongoing work. There is a huge body of work that's being undertaken by the New South Wales Government. The guidance on reasonable steps that he issued, my understanding is that's about 200 pages of a document, and what he is doing at the moment is working through with both the Procurement Board and with individual agencies about how to put that into practice. Now, that work is ongoing, but in order to operationalise how that would work, it is taking a huge amount of work. I'd make the point that I understand the Anti-Slavery Commissioner was quite positive about the progress when he was speaking about it in budget estimates last week, and I would really like to thank him because it's a huge amount of work that's occurring across government at both of a whole of government level but also within individual agencies.
Well, I think you're accepting that there's a delay in the implementation of it.
No, I am not accepting that there is a delay,
well,
Mr
Tudor-Hope. It was to be finalised in June of 2025.
No.
But
What reference is there to?
It was contained in his report.
In his report, it may have said that the. I'm just not aware at that particular timeline.
Okay, that's fine. But I just wonder why you consider it necessary to delay the implementation of very clear recommendations from the Anti-Slavery Commissioner.
No, I would not accept the premise of your question, Mr Tudor-Hope. We are not delaying that. This work is underway. His guidance of, as I said, more than 200 pages or about 200 pages.
The length of the report doesn't matter. It's the importance of the recommendations.
Well, yeah. Mr Tudor-Hope, I think I've made it really clear that this has been a key issue for this government. It's been a key issue for the Labor Party when we were in opposition, and now that we are in government, we are absolutely opposed to all forms of slavery, and we are doing a range of important work. There has been no delay in working with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner in order to implement that. And I'd be happy to pass to Mr Gadiel to speak about the work that is being done at both a Procurement Board level but within individual agencies. I mean, as an example, there is now a dedicated person, I think an executive director that is within the Transport Department who is now working to address these risks. This is a serious body of work that this government is doing, and it's not as simple as issuing a Procurement Board direction.
Mr Gadiel, do you want to provide some further detail?
Yeah, just to correct the record with the Minister, it's a director, I believe, in the Department of Transport.
I apologise.
It's dedicated to modern slavery. It's an executive director. Okay, so it is an executive director. I think the intent was for the Procurement Board to issue a direction implementing the reasonable steps guidance from the Commissioner in June. The upshot is that a working group has been established with agencies together with the Modern Slavery Commissioner working towards that, but because of the complexity of the guidance and also the complexity of the issue, that's taking longer. I have written to the Modern Slavery Commissioner seeking him to attend the next board meeting later this month, and that will be the subject of discussion. And we are working towards supporting agencies in implementing the guidance on reasonable steps over time. And I would mention that we have released some training modules that help support agencies meet that guidance
Are they
as well.
available online?
They are available online, yes.
Yep. You wouldn't agree, would you, Minister, with the observations made by Minister Graham, of course, that sometimes in relation to modern slavery, you've got to make sure that you don't balance the need to ensure that people have electric toothbrushes.
I'm not aware of that particular quote. I would say that I'm working closely with Minister Graham as we implement this because of the scale and the size of transport projects. We're working closely to address those issues.
Yep. Minister, is there any money in the 25-26 budget for the Jobs First Commissioner?
I saw you ask this question to the Treasurer. Yes, there is some money in the...
Whereabouts is it?
I can't recall the exact page. Oh, the Secretary, the Treasurer will tell you.
I'm pleased to announce it's in our budget, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Whereabouts?
So it's in the Treasury's budget. It's a bit over $7 million over
it's
4 years.
in the Treasury report,
Yes.
is it?
Yes, it's in our
Is it a
financials.
specific line item?
I'm not sure if it's specified in the papers, but it is part of our budget.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Do we expect the new Commissioner to be appointed by the 1st of July 2026, Mr. Coutts-Trotter?
It's a matter for government, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Minister?
Look, I don't have an announcement in relation to that today. Mr. Tudor-Hope, I spoke earlier about the work that we are doing in relation to our local content policy, and that's directly related to the work that we're doing on the Jobs First Commission. And it's true, there is some funding that's reserved within the New South Wales budget, but that work is continuing.
Did I hear you say correctly, Mr. Coutts-Trotter, that was $7 million?
It's a little bit over $7 million from over 4 years, and the profile ramps up over time.
So in the initial year, do you recall?
No, I'm happy to take that on notice for you. Yeah.
It's around $1 million in the first
It's
year.
around.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
$1 million in the first year?
Yes.
And that $1 million is set aside for what?
For the purposes of establishment of the Jobs First Commissioner.
And that includes the employment of the Commissioner?
Yes, the Commissioner and a small team around him or her.
I go back to my question, Minister. Do you expect the Mayor Commissioner to be in place by the 1st of July 2026?
And my answer is the same, Mr. Tudor-Hope, which is I don't have an announcement in relation to that today. We have sought some funding as we continue to progress it, but I don't have an announcement in relation to that for you today.
But you would agree with me, would you, that if the money has been set aside in the budget for the establishment of the Jobs First Commissioner, $1 million for this year, we could expect the Jobs First Commissioner to be in place by 1st of July next year?
I've got my listening ears on as well. I just heard that there's $1 million in the budget. I'm well aware of what's going on.
Is that the first time you've heard it?
No.
Good.
But I would make this point, Mr. Tudor-Hope. I have consistently said to you across consecutive budget estimates that this work continues, this work is ongoing, this is not something that we can step up immediately because your government didn't do anything like this. We are so far behind in trying to catch up and spend more of our money here, but there is no capacity across government to do that at the moment. So I want to thank government, sorry, I should say not at the moment, when we came to government. So I really want to thank the dedicated public servants who are working with us to actually be able to do this.
Mr. Gadiel, how many public servants do you say will be employed in the new office of the Jobs First Commissioner?
It would be a small team. It would be a handful.
So the Commissioner and a handful?
Yes.
And
so
over
maybe 5,
the 4-year period, do you expect that to increase?
No, that would be the team.
So there would be technology-based requirements that would impact on the establishment of that new office?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'd just make this point. We've made a reservation within the New South Wales budget for some funding. The final decisions in relation to the Jobs First Commission have not yet been made by the government, and I appreciate that Treasury has done some modelling to assist us in that, but we have not made final decisions.
Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's not what I'm saying to you. I am going to be consistent in what I've said all morning, which is the work on this continues. But our government is fiscally prudent and disciplined, and we are going to be careful about what we create before we create it. So we have reserved some funding, as you found out in the Treasurer's estimates, but we have not made an announcement or a final decision on what that looks like yet, Mr. Tudor-Hope. And again, I would say that is because we are doing that in consultation with industry, with business groups, with the union movement, who are largely on a unity ticket, I would make the point, when it comes to issues around spending more of our money here in New South Wales, supporting jobs and supporting local investment here in New South Wales.
Thank you. Minister, in the government response to the first recommendation of the final report on procurement practices of government agencies in New South Wales and its impact on social development of the people of New South Wales, you point explicitly to the role played by Business Connect ensuring that, these are your words, businesses have the capacity and skills to participate in government procurement processes. Why are you cutting off Business Connect?
So in relation to Business Connect, this is obviously a decision that you have canvassed elsewhere, and it's a decision that's been taken by the government because it didn't have ongoing funding. And so, as I said earlier, we are a fiscally prudent and disciplined approach to our budget has meant that we have made the decisions in relation to that.
It was your position, though, was it not, that in terms of dealing with government in relation to government procurement processes, that the Business Connect played a vital role in relation to government procurement?
Look, I don't have the government response in front of me right at the moment in relation to that recommendation. I would say that I support the important work of the inquiry, and we certainly made that government response to the inquiry. It's a really, and I've said it many times, I'll take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kane again for the work that she did in chairing that inquiry, and that helped us inform the broad range of reform that we are undertaking. So in relation to the specific recommendation, you would be aware of it, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you were on the inquiry. But I'd make this point, there are lots of avenues for support for New South Wales small businesses through the New South Wales Business Bureau.
What are they? What are those avenues that you identify?
I'd be happy to come back to you on notice in relation to that. Business Bureau operates within Service New South Wales, and if you have specific questions in relation to the support
you were the one who just indicated it, Minister, that there were multiple agencies available to assist small business. I'd be very happy to...
Sure, and like I said, I can pass either to the Secretary of the Treasury that he, in all of his work that he doesn't immediately supervise the work of Service New South Wales.
Were you involved in the decision? Were you consulted in relation to removal of the funding for Business Connect?
Look, yes.
You were? You were consulted?
I'm going to take that one on notice because you would be aware, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that I'm a member of the Cabinet, I'm a member of the Expenditure Review Committee, so I'd just take that one on notice.
Has the new Small Business Commissioner been appointed yet?
I'm not aware. I understand that that's an appointment that would be done probably by Minister Saffin in her role as Minister for Small Business.
Minister, you highlight the role of Business Connect in your response to Recommendation 14, where you say this: the New South Wales government's Business Connect program supports Aboriginal businesses in New South Wales and Aboriginal people looking to start a business in New South Wales. Are there other agencies available to provide that support to Aboriginal businesses?
Absolutely, and I recently met with the, if I get the name wrong, I'll come back and correct it, the Aboriginal Business Task Force. It's been set up by the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. Minister Harris is doing great work.
They're an Aboriginal Business Advisory Service, are they?
No. Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, this works best if you ask me questions and then I give you the opportunity to and you give me the opportunity to actually
Are
provide
they an advisory
answers.
service?
They are a task force that provides direct advice and support to the New South Wales Government. There is a range of programs that are available. One of the things that I was specifically talking to them about was the way that we can be procuring more from our Aboriginal owned businesses, and that's certainly a body of work that we are undertaking at the moment. But there is as I say, there's a suite of things that are available. I can see the Secretary is so keen to jump in.
I'm champing
in
at the bit
relation to this.
to offer a shout out to the Aboriginal colleagues in Treasury who are instrumental in facilitating so-called gather and grow meetings around New South Wales that bring Aboriginal entrepreneurs, Aboriginal owned or controlled small businesses together with government buyers to talk through precisely the kind of issues you're referring to, Mr. Tudor Hope. There's one coming up in Parramatta. I would recommend it to you.
Thank you.
And I'd take this opportunity to thank again the Aboriginal Business Task Force, because we're going to be working in coordination with them, and they're going to be making sure that that information is getting directly to Aboriginal owned businesses.
Minister, one very valued Business Connect advisor is New South Wales Procurement Specialists. They're a Business Connect advisor. Their website lists the 12 remaining webinars they will be conducting between now and the axe falling on the 30th of September, including webinars targeted specifically at startups and at Aboriginal businesses. Who will be offering similar webinars on government procurement for small business from the 1st of October 2025 onwards?
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to come back to you on notice in relation to the specifics. I'd just make this point, as the Secretary of the Treasury did, we have gather and grow opportunities to encourage that that engagement. And indeed, I was visiting a business in Gunnedah, I think that was last year, who was an entirely Aboriginal owned business that said to me they did fantastic and huge projects with the mining industry but couldn't get access to any government procurement dollars. And we were able to fix that by engaging. That's right, it was Manny Engineering. I'll give them a shout out. They would have moved to their new site by now, I'm sure, the expansion that's underway, employing more local employees and supporting fantastic jobs in our regions. But that's the kind of work that we're doing to allow government businesses, to allow businesses, in particular small and medium-sized businesses and Aboriginal-owned businesses, have access to government procurement dollars.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Ms. Boyd.
Just picking up on that Jobs First Commission, I actually asked the Treasurer, who said, rest assured, when the Minister for Finance is here, she would love to talk to you about this. So we have $7 million in the budget. We've learnt that it's over 4 years. $1 million is in the first year. So presumably logic would tell us that we're going to have a Jobs First Commissioner by the end of the year.
So
financial year.
Ms. Boyd, I'm not sure if you were here for the answers that I provide to Mr. Tudor Hope, and they're going to be the same answers, which is we have set aside some funding in the budget in order to do that. That's because the work on the Jobs First Commission is progressing. We haven't finalised that work, and our approach is once we finalise the decision-making process, then we will be able to make announcements about.
But $1 million is a lot of money. If it's not to employ a commissioner, then what on earth would you be using it for? Yeah,
look, I mean, I would anticipate that it would be to employ the appropriate staff, but I don't want to give commitments in relation to exactly what that looks like until the government's completed its decision-making process and our consultations have completed with
well, maybe there's a disconnect between you and the Treasurer then, because the Treasurer has included in the budget. You have $1 million to spend in the next financial year on the Jobs First Commission. How are you going to spend that money?
So as I said to you, Ms. Boyd, my answer doesn't change, which is the government hasn't made decisions about exactly what that money will be put towards just yet. And as the I would completely reject the premise of your question saying that there's any distance between the Treasurer and myself. We work very closely together, and on this particular...
I wasn't, just to be clear, I wasn't saying that. The budget is saying that. It says there's $1 million for this. Can you tell us if you've at least started drafting the enabling legislation?
We have. I might just come back to you on notice about that one, because there are a couple of different legislative pieces that we're working through at the moment.
Okay, on the 20th of December last year, you said the Minns Labor government is continuing to develop legislation to create a New South Wales Jobs First Commission.
Then if I said it, then that's the case. The reason why I hesitate is that the work of the Jobs First Commission and also our local content policies is closely entwined. We're doing a range of consultations, as I said earlier, both across government but also with some key parts of industry, with the union movement, and with some other external experts as we finalise that process.
With the Future Jobs and Investment Authority, as it now is,
Yes.
is there draft legislation for that?
Yeah, we're in the midst of drafting that legislation at the moment.
Are you consulting with the Hunter Jobs Alliance on that?
I think we are, but I think we are. I might ask the Deputy Secretary.
You may remember one of the first motions we passed at the beginning of the parliamentary term was a motion I put up calling for these transitional authorities in line with what the Hunter Jobs Alliance had been calling for, and you did accept that motion. So I'm just checking that HJA is still being consulted with.
Look,
and
to my recollection, I actually think they were at the event that we held. So when I announced the Future Jobs and Investment Authority, we did a media announcement. I then met in West Wallsend on the former coal site there. I then met with with a number of different union members there, and then we had a larger group and briefing for a range of stakeholders from across the Hunter region, because there is so much interest in that. And my recollection is that the Hunter Jobs Alliance was at that particular meeting, and provided quite positive feedback in relation to it. But
And Minister, I can confirm that not only were they present there, but we are talking with them about the scope of the legislation.
Good, thank you. If I could, Chair, perhaps it's useful if I table this. I have 10 copies, so it's easy to pass around.
This boy's organised.
Perhaps it's useful if you tell us what it is.
Sure. This is a paper fine that has been issued to a childcare organisation. Thank you. So you may recall that back in July, I think it was, the Building Commission New South Wales was found to be using paper parking tickets to issue infringement notices. Do you remember this?
No. I'm sorry, I don't recall. I usually follow parking fine developments pretty
parking
closely, but I don't recall that.
Books are being used to fine builders and developers.
Okay, thank you.
And now, the one I've given to you just now, so this is something that the Early Childhood and Education Regulatory Authority has been using. So they're in a similar bind, and you can see there, it's got the state of registration plate. Like, this is a parking ticket that the Early Childhood Regulator is having to issue on the spot to centres that they're finding to be fined. Now, what I'm hearing is that this is incredibly hard because they don't have many of these paper-based books with the carbon on them. What is Revenue doing about the use of parking fine books? Why aren't we having modern, electronic fines across government regulators?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, Ms. Boyd, and I'd take this opportunity. You're aware we talked about this at length last week in the in my acting capacity as the Minister for Education. There's a broad range of reforms that this government is pursuing in relation to early childhood education and care. We are going to be, in relation to fines specifically, one of the proposals that we'll be presenting and that I took to the national meeting of education ministers was to triple the fines.
Can I just bring you back to this portfolio though, because this is, and I appreciate that, we had that discussion, but this is around the use of paper parking fines across various agencies within the New South Wales government, including the Early Childhood Regulatory Authority. What has Revenue been doing to ensure that we have a modern system and that this isn't happening.
Yeah, look, I'd pass in a moment to the Chief Commissioner to provide you with the specifics across the government. The point I'd make is this: Revenue New South Wales plays an enforcement capacity, but the issuing of fines is really up to the individual, whether it's authorities, being local councils or other government departments.
Can you clarify
And
then why they would be using such a thing?
Again, Ms. Boyd, I would say that the responsibilities in terms of, my understanding is, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Chief Commissioner, is that the responsibility of the agency or of the council or whoever it might be, it's their responsibility to issue the fines, and that is the responsibility of that particular of that agency or that council.
We
And
don't
then
have
we'll-
just one system though, do we? We
No.
we don't have multiple systems for electronic fines. We have the one system. I thought everything was brought together under Revenue New South Wales. So what is Revenue New South Wales doing?
So this is where the responsibilities in relation to the issuing of fines or the issuing of orders rests with the individual agency or department or council, and then Revenue New South Wales then is passed along that information by the individual department or by the agency. So that's my understanding of the delineation of responsibilities. Now, we have made some requirements on councils, you would be aware, to issue paper-based or issue an immediate
well as the
notification to parking fines.
Yeah.
But in relation to individual agencies, it's usually a matter for them. But let me pass to the Deputy Secretary.
Look, I haven't really got much to add, Ms. Boyd. I think the Minister is correct in explaining our role in that process.
So no responsibility. Is it a Service New South Wales responsibility?
No, it's up to the individual.
No, I understand that at an individual level we have agencies making these decisions, but in terms of modernising the fine system, are you saying that has nothing to do with Revenue New
No.
South Wales? That's just a...
No, we're doing a lot of work constantly, investing in trying to bring more customer-friendly and
Yeah.
simplified processes to bear.
Are you working with agencies to modernise?
My understanding is yes, but for that particular case, I would want to take it on notice and go
Okay.
back to the team.
Thank you. Minister, last year it was identified that Customer Service, the Rental Bond Board and Revenue New South Wales were unlawfully recouping merchant fees. What has been the financial impact of ceasing collecting the merchant fees in the year since it's been turned off?
Yeah, I'd have to take that one on notice. I'd say that we're awaiting the Ombudsman's report in relation to that. But the financial impact, I'd have to come back to you on notice.
Have you met with the
I could
Ombudsman?
pass to the...
From memory, $25 to $30 million a year, but happy to confirm that on
Yeah,
notice.
okay. And have
Yeah.
you been talking with the Ombudsman? Is he, as part of those investigations, has he contacted Revenue?
Look, it's not appropriate, I would say, for me as the Minister to be contacting the Ombudsman. We've
No, but Revenue New
referred
South
it
Wales?
to... we've referred that to the Ombudsman for report. We look forward to receiving that report, and I would expect that government agencies would be assisting him in his important work as he gets to the bottom of this issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, nice to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Ruddick.
When I go around the state, I often talk to people in the mining industry, and I have to say that I frequently hear them say favourable things about you in your capacity as the mining minister.
That's right.
So in that spirit, I'm keen if you can give the committee a report, an update on where the McPhillamys gold mine is at Blaney. Now, I know it got approved in March 2023. I understand you and the Minns government were in favour of it, but then the Federal Environment Minister section tendered. So that was a year ago. Could you give us an update as to where we're up to?
Yeah, so Mr. Ruddick, it's an important question, and you're right. Certainly at previous hearings of this committee, we have canvassed that issue extensively, and the Premier and the Treasurer and other senior ministers and I all stood together and said we support this project. It's important jobs for a regional community. In relation to the issues that ultimately now, as a result of the declaration, it's back with the company, I should say, to make some alternative arrangements, and we continue to engage with that. I've met with the company on several occasions. You would see it in my meeting disclosures, including with the Premier, as we try and work through some of those issues. If they do, I mean, again, this is a question ultimately for the it will ultimately be a question for the company to determine if they want to resubmit the proposal and make alternative arrangements. There are some constraints in relation to the site itself and the location of the tailings dam. My understanding is that the way the intersection of the Section 10 declaration and the water requirements of the dam are very challenging.
Well, you said that you've had discussions with the company. That's good, but I would think that the organisation we need to talk to is the federal government, because there is now a new environment minister. So, have you made representations to the new environment minister about this issue?
I don't recall. I wrote to the previous federal minister on multiple occasions on this issue. I don't recall writing to the new federal minister in relation to that. Really what we have been focused on is working with the company to find an alternative proposal. The company itself is currently challenging that decision. I think anyway, I'm not a lawyer and I shouldn't be speculating on the basis, but they've launched legal action in relation to the decision of the minister, and that I couldn't give you an update on the latest. It's been on the next developments on that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Ruddock, I'll come back to you in the next round. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you. Minister, could you provide an update on the review of the guidelines on the surcharge land tax for foreign owners?
I'm sorry, Mr. Borzak, can you? I just got distracted by the question. Sorry, can I just provide to Mr. Ruddock the Regis Resources commenced legal proceedings last November, and the first hearing before the federal court is expected in December this year.
Right. Okay. Good to hear.
Sorry, Mr. Borzak, you were asking me about foreign surcharge.
Yeah. Can you give us an update on the review? I think you announced that there was going to be a review in relation to the guidelines.
So I did say that I would be taking a closer look in relation to those guidelines, and that work is certainly, yes, underway.
So when can we expect an outcome?
Look, I don't have a specific date in relation to that. I'd say that this was in, I think you're referring to a comment I made in a radio interview in relation to that.
I'm leading up to talking about that, the Ben Fordham show.
Yeah.
Some time ago.
That's right. We're taking a closer look at those guidelines. I think it's worthwhile noting, Mr. Borzak, that the point I made in that radio interview and the point that the position of the government is that the tax system in New South Wales treats visa holders and Australian citizens differently, and in relation to foreign tax surcharge, if you either don't reside, if you're not an Australian citizen and you don't reside in your principal place of residence for more than 200 days, then you are required to pay the foreign tax surcharge.
Minister, the people concerned have had letters and communication with your office, and also with I think the Commissioner has written to them as well, basically saying that the land tax will apply. I'm not sure exactly which year. I think they're talking 2020. Is there any room to manoeuvre in relation to that outstanding amount?
Look, I'd be really hesitant to canvass the circumstances of an individual in this particular hearing. I'd be happy to talk to you about it if you've been provided with those details. But I would say that in relation to the rule is that in order to access the exemption from foreign tax surcharge, a permanent resident who purchases a property must meet the 200-day threshold. And so that means that they must be in the country for 200 consecutive days. I'd also make the point, Mr. Borzak, that where a permanent resident and an Australian citizen jointly own a property, and the foreign tax surcharge is levied on that particular property, it only applies to the proportion owned by the permanent resident who has not met the 200-day rule.
So, for example, if it was jointly held, tenants in common, for example, 50-50, it would only be assessed on half.
It would be assessed on the proportion. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, in that circumstance.
Yeah.
Okay. Minister, could you just maybe take on notice how much money has been raised under this scheme in the last financial years?
I can tell you.
Sorry, last 5 financial years?
I can tell you that since 2019-20, the foreign surcharge on land tax and stamp duty has raised more than $2.6 billion.
Since 2020,
Since 2019-2020.
1.26 billion.
Sorry, $2.6 billion.
2.6 billion.
Yeah, it's
Okay, that's reflective of the accelerating property market, I'll bet. 2.6 billion.
I'd make this point, Mr. Borzak, that our property taxes in New South Wales only do not apply to an Australian citizen's principal place of residence. So we don't levy taxes on the family home. And if a permanent resident lives in Australia for more than 200 days and is building their life here, perhaps sending their children to local schools, then they are not required to pay this foreign tax surcharge. But if they don't live here for the more than 200 days, if they're not an Australian citizen, then they are levied this surcharge.
Well, of the 2.6 billion, and again, you probably don't have these figures to hand, how many would be for permanent foreign residents and how many would be for the people that are caught in these circumstances?
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to take that on notice. My understanding is that we don't have that breakdown, but I'd be happy to come back to you on notice in relation to that.
Are you likely to change and create an exemption for the circumstances around which those people were talking to you or talking to the Commissioner about an exemption?
Look, I would make this point, Mr. Borzak, and I think this is the point I made on radio, which is it's my responsibility as Minister to make sure that we have appropriate hardship guidelines that are in place. We're taking a closer look at that at the moment. You'll note that we've got a new Chief Commissioner, and so that work is underway. But ultimately, this is a key source of revenue that was established by the previous government and that is now providing us with important funds as we try and rebuild essential services, essential public services across New South Wales.
Just getting back to Opals again, so put your Opal ring on. What can the government do to help promote and push this industry forward once you sort it out, as it were? In other words, one of the key issues is you've got to know what it's worth. Nobody seems to know what it's generating.
So I can provide you with an update there, or I think we can.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I'm happy to share that the report of the independent review said that there's $93 million a year of industry impact from the Opal sector, and that's made up of $63.1 million in direct output and $29.9 million of flow-on benefits.
Well, that's pretty decent for small title businesses, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty decent. So what will you do can you consider what you could do to help promote that? Maybe it's not your portfolio, obviously.
I might come back to you on notice, Mr. Borzak. I know that Minister Moriarty was doing some work in relation to this. As I said to you earlier, given that the rarity of black opals and the fact that we are, as I understand, the only source of them in the world, we think that's a great opportunity for us to be showcasing that. And we're certainly, I think the government's looking at doing some more things in Lightning Ridge, but I might just come back to you on notice in relation to that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tudorhope or Mrs. Mitchell,
Yeah.
opposition.
Minister, who is doing the inquiry in relation to the surcharge?
Oh, that's work that we're undertaking. I'm taking a closer look at it with the Chief Commissioner.
So, Chief Commissioner, you're conducting the inquiry?
No, I wouldn't characterise it as an inquiry. I would say that we are looking at those guidelines that are in place and making sure that they're robust and fit for purpose.
So, in respect of the potential for those guidelines, do they include hardship provisions relating to a particular taxpayer?
We do have hardship provisions that can apply in these sorts of circumstances, yes.
Is there much flexibility in relation to the application of those hardship provisions?
I think I would ask Mr. Smythe to answer that because he sits on the hardship board.
So the Hardship Review Board is constituted under the State Debt Recovery Act, as I know you understand, Mr. Tudorhope. There is significant flexibility on all heads of tax and fines related administrative matters that are covered or that fall under the jurisdiction of the Chief Commissioner. So there's significant flexibility.
So, in relation to just a potential example that did arise, a person who is on the cusp of the 200 days and misses a flight or whatever for whatever reason, would flexibility entitle that person to apply for consideration of the waiver of the surcharge duty?
So I won't comment on a specific matter, but as a theoretical issue, there's a difference between not meeting a strict bright line test in the legislation and hardship. They're two very different things.
Correct.
There was a decision earlier this year, Chen versus the Chief Commissioner of State Revenue, that considered that bright line test and was quite clear that there's very limited circumstances in which the exceptional circumstance requirement under Section 5B, 2B would apply.
Did you change that, Minister?
Look, as I said earlier, I'm not going to make an announcement in relation to that today. That is a body of work that we are undertaking at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Ruddick.
Thank you, Chair. So just following up on the McPhillamys gold mine, so I wasn't aware that the company is challenging it in court, and that's, I think you said the hearings are later this year.
Yeah.
Now that could be, that could go on for 6 months, then that decision could be appealed. We've already lost a year. There's 2 million ounces of gold sitting out there. Now, Murray Watt is the new Environment Minister, Federal Environment Minister, and like you, he seems to be quite inclined to be pro-mining development. So I'm thinking, I mean, if Murray Watt could be persuaded to reverse this Section 10, then we save the company all the legal fees and all the hassle. My understanding is that the local Aboriginals overwhelmingly are in favour of this project because it's going to offer a lot of local jobs. So I'm thinking, is there any upside do you see in having a discussion with Murray Watt and saying, look, we don't need to worry about this court case if we just reverse the Section 10?
Yeah, look, it's a great suggestion. I'd be happy to. I actually didn't realise I hadn't. I think I've written a congratulatory letter to Minister Watt. I think I might have sent him a text message as well, and so I'd be happy to engage with him on this issue, but it's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, just before we go to the government, Minister, is the New South Wales point of consumption tax collected on online gambling collected based upon the point of consumption of gambling services or upon the nominated address of the person placing the bet?
I'm sorry, Mr. Buckingham, can you just say that to me
Is
again?
the New South Wales point of consumption tax on online gambling collected based upon the point of consumption of the gambling services or upon the nominated address of the person placing the bet?
I recall that you asked me some questions in relation to this last time, which also included you getting a notification on your app, I think, for the first time. I'd happy to come back to you with an answer after the break on that one.
Okay, thank you. The government, Mr. Lawrence, the Honourable Stephen Lawrence.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, the Parliament recently legislated for new parking fine laws, and I was wondering if you could talk to us about how you are delivering on what you promised for motorists.
Yes, well, I did reference our work that we're doing on parking fines earlier. It's true. I've even witnessed it myself, the parking rangers putting the fines physically back onto cars.
Your car, Minister?
Not my car. Not my car. I was walking through the city at the time and I spotted it and I wanted to make sure. I did pause for a little moment to make sure that and I could see the parking ranger taking the photos and then putting the appropriate notification on the windscreen of the unwitting driver. But look, I think I'm making light of what I think is an important practical common sense reform that's now in place, and that came into effect from the 1st of July, and this means that motorists and drivers will now receive that immediate notification. Importantly, they will have access to those photos that are collected by the parking ranger, but they also have the opportunity to do it themselves. And as I've said on many occasions, Mr. Lawrence, this is the opportunity. This is a really practical and common sense change, but it also means that parking fines start being used to change behaviour and not just to raise revenue, and I think that that's really important. So we're happy that this reform is underway. I'd make this point that we're collating, as I said earlier in relation to procurement, we're collecting a lot of data that councils are for the first time, and we're taking a look at that to just make sure that they're working in practice. But I'd really like to thank councils for the way that they've rolled it out. I know they did a lot of work in order to be able to roll out this immediate notification. It's important to note that the application of this legislation is to all councils across New South Wales. There was a number of councils that were previously in the ticketless parking system with Revenue New South Wales. Our changes actually apply to all motorists, and so that means whether you get a parking fine in Dubbo or in downtown Drummoyne, then you will have the same, or you should have the same experience and have access to the same level of data.
Thanks very much, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Any more? No, is there any question?
No? Well, thank you very much, everyone. We will now have a short recess and reconvene at 11:15 a.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, Minister, officials, for returning, refreshed and reinvigorated. We will now take our seats. Hold on, Mr. Smythe, we're having AV issues.
Nothing nefarious, so
Oh, right,
assure you,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Phil Minns. Okay. Thank you, everyone. The time being 11:16, we'll recommence questions with 20 minutes of questions from the opposition. Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Morning,
Morning,
Sarah Mitchell.
Minister.
Good morning, Mrs. Mitchell.
I just wanted to go back to some of the issues to do with the small-scale titles that Mr. Borzak had spoken about in the earlier session, and particularly on behalf of the White Cliffs miners. Now, I know you said before that you met with them recently, or earlier this year, I think it was in April, in Lightning Ridge, but have you been to White Cliffs yet?
No, so I haven't been to White Cliffs, and the issues that we are facing in White Cliffs are different.
Sure.
Related but different.
Yeah.
But I might, I might just get, we just have to handle these carefully, so I might just get, if you have specific questions, I may refer them to the Deputy Secretary.
Okay.
But I have met with the Mining Association on multiple occasions.
Yes. But do you have any plans to visit White Cliffs in the near future?
Yeah, I would love to go to White Cliffs.
Okay. Any sort of diary commitments between now and the end of the year to head out there? Or not
I would say I would love to go, but I would leave it at that in relation to it at the moment.
Okay. I did want to ask you, just in relation to some of the specific recommendations in the review done by Terry Sheen, and I understand, I think you said to Mr. Borzak that you hope to have a government response to that report by the end of the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what we're working towards.
Okay.
Is the government response by the end of the year. But as I said to Mr. Borzak, there's 81 recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first major review that's been done of the industry, I think, in more than a decade. So that work requires both immediate actions, sort of more medium-term actions, and then likely some longer-term reforms. We're just trying to work through the prioritisation and as well as the government response that we're doing, just also the appropriate time frame for the implementation of some of those.
Okay, so but when you met with, and I'm again specifically talking about representatives from the White Cliffs Miners Association back in April, my understanding is that, and I take what you say in terms of there being a number of recommendations, but there were a key number that they put to you in terms of the ones that they would like to support. I think there was one in particular about limiting the boundaries in that area that they have real concerns about. It's now been several months since you met with them. Is there any update that you can give me on that list, that spreadsheet that they gave to you in terms of those specific recommendations? Because my understanding is at that meeting you said you would go away and consider that, and they're still waiting. I'm just wondering if there's any update you could give today.
So it's just worthwhile noting, so the report was undertaken, and this was the independent report that was undertaken and provided to me last year. As I said, the nature of the recommendations are that they are quite detailed, and we've had a pretty exhaustive consultation process in order to formulate the government's response to do that. The specific feedback that the White Cliffs miners have given to me is informing the government response, as is the working group that we established and was chaired by the Honourable Stephen Lawrence. But these are really contentious issues. Some of them are and like I say, there's been no substantive change in this particular part of the portfolio in more than a decade. So we're just trying to prioritise which things that we think we need to do first and which are longer term reform parts.
And I appreciate that, but from the perspective of those who are wanting to mine out at White Cliffs, they met with you in April. I think they were quite positive about that meeting, and I'm happy to share that with you. But the concern is they were very specific in terms of some of their positions on this, and we're now in September, and they're still waiting. I think some of them could be watching today. So is there anything that you can give in terms of some of the specifics? And particularly, as I said, they were concerned about the the boundaries being remade and redeclared by the Secretary. They were very clear that they didn't want that to happen. Is there any update on that particular recommendation?
So I think if Dick and the team are watching, then I would say hello to them, and I'd really thank them for their feedback, but I'm not going to make specific responses on specific recommendations today. The reason why we've done this in a considered way and in, as you can see, in close consultation with a range of different stakeholder groups in a pretty contentious area of policy. I would say there's some very deeply held and opposing views, and I accept that it's likely that not everyone will support the ultimate outcome, but we're really trying to get consensus wherever possible. And what we want to do is make sure that we've got a great opal mining industry that can continue on, as Mr. Borzak said. It's an amazing asset for the state of New South Wales, and certainly one that's globally renowned, and we want to be able to support that. There are some specific issues at White Cliffs that we're trying to work through that are longer running, but I just won't speak to those specifically because of the nature. We've just got to handle those really carefully.
Okay, so so by the end of the year would be when you would hope to have some sort of advice or information back to those mining communities. Is that the time frame?
So by the end of the year is when we expect to release the government response to the report. But as I said, that's work that's ongoing work.
Okay, so just and again specifically into White Cliffs. Some of the concerns that I'm hearing from that community, and it's obviously impacting tourism. You know, yeah. I've been out there and seen it. It's very important. I think that you try to have that perspective if you get the chance to go. But the impacts on tourism, but also just on the miners themselves. I've been told that they've lost a number of miners. I think there's 200 potentially who could be working out there, but only 16 at the moment can mine. Does that concern you as Minister?
Yes, it does. And I would say I know a number of my ministerial colleagues have taken the opportunity to visit. In particular, I think it may be Minister Camper who was speaking to me about the historic nature of the community at White Cliffs and the work that's undertaken there. It is really important. It's obviously been there and sustaining that community for a really long time. But there are some specific issues that we're facing in restarting mining there, but we are hopeful that we'll be able to do that.
Okay. Just in relation to the overlay of the federal issues and the native title sort of claims and what's happening there, is that something you can provide an update on? Have you spoken with any of your federal counterparts in relation to those issues?
So in relation to those issues, I'd come back to you on notice with a response because I just want to be really careful about what I say there.
I understand that, but all I'm asking is, firstly, have you had discussions with federal colleagues about those specific issues?
So again, as I said to you at the outset, as I flagged, those are the specific issues that we are working through carefully and delicately, and I'll come back to you on notice with a response. Okay. Or I can pass to the Deputy Secretary.
If you wanted to add anything, we can come back in the afternoon, but is there anything you wanted to add, like your conversations, I guess, with federal colleagues about these issues, specifically as they pertain to White Cliffs?
Well, one of the issues in White Cliffs is around native title, and so we are looking at options with the Commonwealth about a valid native title pathway for opal mining in White Cliffs, and so those conversations are ongoing, but new claims can't be granted or renewed in White Cliffs where native title has been determined to exist.
Mm-hmm. And then, Minister, again, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of taking some of the specifics on notice, and I do understand that. But any sort of, indication, and if you need to provide it on notice, but of when you would hope to maybe work through those issues with the Commonwealth and come to some sort of resolution. I appreciate this has been happening for many years, and I know it's not a new issue, but just on behalf of that community, there is a really deep frustration about to be honest, at both levels of government, and probably the former and the current, in relation to how long these issues are taking, and just the concern and the impact that has on that industry, which, as you said in response to Mr. Borzak, is worth quite a lot of money to New South Wales and is very unique in what they can do. Any sort of resolution or time frame you're working towards as a government?
I guess I just take this opportunity to assure the community that we're working through the issues. We're doing those carefully. We understand the importance, and I personally understand the importance of Opal mining to the White Cliffs communities, as I do to Lightning Ridge. I don't have a specific announcement in relation to that, and I can just offer I guess I would say to the community, we are really aware of that significance, and we will work through these issues carefully so that we can do everything we can to ensure the ongoing operation of the industry.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I wanted to just move more broadly to mining and exploration. How sort of significant do you think they are for New South Wales, particularly in relation to trade and investment?
Sorry.
So for mining and exploration, those industries in New South Wales, in terms of trade and investment, how much of a priority is that for the government?
Yeah, they're crucial for the state's economy, and I said earlier about the significance of coal exports. And like I said earlier, I consistently engage with our key trading partners in relation to our existing exports, but also in trying to find new opportunities to encourage investment. You might be aware that the upcoming International Mining and Resources Conference is going to be held again in October here in Sydney. It's, correct me if I'm wrong here, Deputy Secretary, but one of the largest mining and resources conferences in the Southern Hemisphere.
That's correct, Minister, yes.
And as part of that, on the sidelines of IMARC, we have previously, and we will again, showcase some of the key projects, the key critical minerals projects that are seeking investment and are capital ready, is that, or seeking investment, I should say.
Okay. Do you have like a figure of how much mining and exploration is worth to New South Wales on an annual basis? Do you have a breakdown of that?
Yeah, so that's in the budget papers in a range of different ways. In relation to exploration, that would probably be harder to quantify, but in relation to the contribution that it makes through royalties, that's available in the budget papers.
Okay. Where specifically can I find that in the budget?
Look, I used to have
do you have
a
figure
sure
with you there
it's
that
tabbed
Speedy, that
here,
you've
but the
prepared,
secretary
I can add in. It's $3.2 billion in royalties that the mining sector contributes to the New South Wales budget. Exports are obviously significant. It's $26.1 billion in coal exports and $5.52 billion in mineral exports. So, yeah, a very, very significant contributor to the New South Wales economy.
Thanks, Ms Beattie. Minister, have you just said before about working with sort of key trading partners. I'm just wondering if you've met with any potential investors from Japan or Korea who my understanding is they're quite willing to invest in industries. Have you had any meetings with them at this point?
Yeah, so you would be aware of my meeting disclosures. I meet with regularly, and I'd also say I work closely with my colleague, the Minister for Trade and Investment, Minister Chanthavong, in making sure that we are facilitating that investment.
Do you think, generally speaking, New South Wales is an attractive place for investment when it comes to exploration and mining?
I'd say that we are in a highly competitive global environment. I was at an event last week, it may have been the week before, in relation to gold mine and encouraging further investment in gold mining in New South Wales, which, given the global price of gold at the moment, that is particularly lucrative. But we want to be encouraging that investment. We know that it's a really competitive and it's a really competitive environment that we're operating within.
Okay. Do you, are you aware of or have you heard about the Fraser Institute's annual survey of mining companies?
I'm aware of that, and I'm aware of the recent release.
Yeah, and you then of course be aware that New South Wales has fallen quite considerably. In 2020, I think we were ranked 27th out of 77 worldwide jurisdictions. Now in 2024 we've dropped to 62nd. We're only ahead of Victoria and Tasmania and Australia. Does that concern you, that drop in that ranking?
Yeah, and I can't remember if it was in the report itself or in the reporting of the public reporting of that particular report that directly related it to the issue that Mr. Ruddock was speaking about was speaking about with me earlier, which was the decision on the McPhillamys mine in Regis Resources. This is obviously one that the New South Wales government supports, has been a very vocal supporter of. The Premier and the whole government is supportive of that project, but we accept that that has created a challenge, and certainly in my engagement with both existing mining and exploration companies in New South Wales, but with our key trading partners and with potential investors, I would say that that report didn't come as a surprise to me because of the feedback that they were giving. As you have said, and as Mr. Ruddock has said, generally I would say the feedback that I get from industry is that our government is seen as supporting investment and wanting to be able to do that. And certainly the release of our critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy late last year assisted in that. We've implemented the nation leading royalties deferral scheme, which just came into effect. But like I said, we are mindful that this is a global competition for capital investment, and that as companies are making decisions about whether to invest here in New South Wales or whether to be investing in other jurisdictions, that competition the competition is high.
I mean, and there's also that report also talks about the investment attractiveness score, and that's specifically between 2023 and 24 slipped from 68.26 down to 47.68. Now, I appreciate what you're saying about McPhillamys, but I don't think other jurisdictions had the same in Australia had the same sort of drop. So, do you put that down to the McPhillamys decision? Is that why you think we're not as attractive for international investors?
My recollection was that was, if not in the report, certainly in the public reporting of that report, was in relation to that decision. And I'd say, like I say to you, the feedback that I do regular engagement with industry. Just last week, I think it was, I met with our Critical Minerals Advisory task force, which is a group that I've convened to provide us feedback as we implement our critical minerals strategy. You would be aware, Ms. Mitchell, that that ultimately the question in relation to McPhillamys is outside of our control.
Look, I appreciate that, but the
thing
international
that is
public perception is New South
the
Wales
thing
is
that
not a
is
place
in
to
our
do
control
business.
is that we have implemented a royalties deferral scheme. We've also implemented a small grants program in relation to partnering with exploration to really encourage those junior explorers to get out there and to find what's available. The other thing that we do is we release regularly data through the Geological Survey to show where there might be, and that's in partnership with the federal government. I think the Geological Survey is 150
It is
years
this year,
this year.
150 years.
But we continue to release those important data to encourage further investment and exploration across the state. So the resources within the Department of Regional Development also offers a concierge service. But like I said, I think the key thing that we're going to be offering and really trying to showcase in the lead into IMARC are those, I think it's 12 projects. It was 12 last year, I think, that we showcased that are ready for capital investment. And I'd say we're working closely with our federal colleagues here. Minister King, our Resources Minister, is a great partner in that, and there's been some excellent developments at a federal level as well. So we understand the competition for global capital is hot, but we are really wanting to put our best foot forward and encourage as much of that investment to be here.
Okay, and then just in relation to, I guess, your role as particularly Minister for Natural Resources, I note from your diary disclosures obviously a number of meetings, and in particular I'm interested in a roundtable that you held presumably in the Hunter on the 19th of June, just with a number of councils and also a number of MPs. What was that in more specifically about?
I don't have the meeting disclosures in front of me, but from recollection, the 19th of June sounds like it was probably when we did our Future Jobs and Investment Authority announcement.
So Minister Catley, Honourable Emily Savard was there, Clayton Barr, Tim Crackenthorpe and, Singleton, Muswellbrook councils, etc.
That's right. So that was the stakeholder briefing that we held for that we held after the Future Jobs and Investment Authority. So as part of developing the Future Jobs and Investment Authority, we actually had a consultation process, and so the department invited a range of stakeholders to receive a more in-depth briefing in relation to that.
And just you did say earlier that you wanted to thank your colleagues who represent those sort of mining impacted communities and work in that space. I'm just wondering why Dave Lazell, as the member for Upper Hunter, wasn't invited to that roundtable, given a couple of his councils were there. Was he not asked to attend?
Look, I don't recall why, but I'm happy to come back to you on notice. I mean, I just don't recall.
Miss Beattie, do you know whether Mr. Lazell was invited as the member for Upper Hunter?
I'd have to check that as well, Ms Mitchell. I can't recall whether he was invited or not. I know he wasn't there.
Okay, well, I did check with him this morning and he said he wasn't asked to attend, and I'm just wondering, Minister, why, given that obviously, you had two of the councils from his electorate there, there wasn't an invitation issued to an MP who has a very big role to play representing mining impacted communities. Wouldn't that be important to have him there?
I mean, my starting point would be they were people who had constructively engaged in the process as we were developing our Future Jobs and Investment Authority.
Just had a lot of Labor MPs, but you didn't invite. Didn't invite.
That's because they would be all of the members representing that particular part of the state. They would be all of the members who advocated.
And you had the councils there, but you didn't invite the local MP.
Yeah, and like I say, my starting point was people who had constructively engaged with me or with resources as we developed the Future Jobs and Investment Authority. We had a long consultation process. We had a number of round tables. We had a submission process that the department coordinated. And like I say, that was the opportunity for us to go back to those people who had engaged constructively with us. But I'm happy to come back to you on notice.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, at what point does a parking fine depart from being a disincentive and become revenue raising in terms of the quantum? At what dollar value do you think it becomes revenue raising?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, Mr. Buckingham. I think in my earlier response to Mr. Lawrence, I said I was really proud of that particular part of our reforms to parking fines was to refocus them on changing behaviour. This is certainly an issue that we've discussed. I don't know if I have a definitive amount, but I'd be open to what you've got to say.
Is it the case that the former coalition government, either by legislation or regulation, set the minimum amount that a parking fine can be?
I recall that you have raised that issue with me, and I do think that is the case.
Do you think it would be fair to set a similar benchmark for the maximum amount that it should be? Is $110 enough of a disincentive for most people to avoid overstaying in a parking spot?
Look, I'd say we took a closer, or I personally took a closer look at some of the amounts of parking fines as we were considering our parking fines reforms, and I was a little bit surprised at some of the amounts at the higher end. My understanding is, and I'm happy, as I've said to you before, Mr. Buckingham, I'm happy to continue to talk to you about this, that some of those on the upper end are really for example, parking in a disabled parking spot when you aren't entitled to be there. And I do think that is appropriate, that's a significant amount of money, but I don't recall exactly how much that was, but I'd be happy to take a closer look at it.
Thanks. You took on notice, and I think there was an indication from the Secretary that we'd get an update on whether or not the point of consumption tax on online gambling is a point of consumption tax on online gambling.
Are you happy for
Yes,
me to
please.
respond?
Yes, we did get you an answer on this one.
Thanks, Mr. Buckingham. So just to confirm that point of consumption tax applies to bets made by a person located in New South Wales, and under the Betting Tax Act of 2001, a betting operator must take reasonable steps to identify the location of the person making the bet. The legislation allows, as you know, a betting operator to rely on an address given to the betting operator as the customer's residential address. I spoke to my colleagues in Liquor and Gaming New South Wales during the break. They're currently auditing compliance with the legislation, and I guess a lot's happened since 2001, so if people are using a betting app, if they choose to reveal their location to the betting operator, it is possible for the betting operator to geolocate where that device is, and that might be a means by which they can confirm where a bet is placed. Now, not everybody allows a firm to track their movements through an app, so that's obviously available only in some circumstances. Suffice to say, the Liquor and Gaming's having a look at this through the audit, and I'm advised by my colleagues there that they should complete that soon, and then it's going to be an open question for government to digest the results of that audit and think about policy if necessary.
So is it the case that someone who was, say, on holiday from interstate here
Yep.
or internationally here, gambling, would not be paying if their residential address was listed with their wagering provider as where they were at home,
Yep.
they would not be paying the tax?
Potentially, if they were not using a betting app or they hadn't enabled geolocation, it would be very difficult, obviously, for a betting operator to determine where someone is at a point in time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Borzak? No. Ms. Fairman?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, I wanted to just start by asking about the conduct of the government as a state party in the proceedings in the National Native Title Tribunal's Gomeroi versus Santos Narrabri gas case. So, as you are aware, the most recent determination turned on whether or not it was in the public interest to develop new gas supply from Narrabri Gas on climate change grounds. In this context, the government's representative failed to inform the tribunal that New South Wales is not on track to meet any of its own legislated climate targets, and including that the New South Wales Net Zero Commission says that fossil fuel gas use is contributing to this problem. So are you aware of that, firstly?
So I did answer some questions earlier today in relation to this from, I think, Mr. Buckingham. So I'm not aware of that specific development in the legal case. I'm certainly being kept aware of the developments. I'm also aware that that the tribunal, the determination was handed down on the 16th of June this year, and that it's currently subject to appeal proceedings before the federal court. So I will be careful about what I say.
I think that, so the issue I'm pressing this morning, though, is the fact that the lawyers put forward by your department, their contention in their closing submission, this is on the 14th of February this year, urged the tribunal to place less weight on climate change as a public detriment and to give greater weight to new fossil gas supply from Narrabri gas out to 2045. That clearly doesn't align with your whole of government strategy when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the government's stated objectives around climate change. Do you think that's appropriate for your department's lawyers to be arguing that in February this year?
So in relation to the specifics of it, I might get the Deputy Secretary to respond, because they are the ones that are responsible for providing the instruction to legal counsel in the case. The point I would make is the point that I made to Mr. Buckingham earlier, which is that this government is absolutely committed to our net zero targets, that we have legislated those, and that's something obviously being led by Minister Sharp, but that's a whole of government approach. At the same time, I'd also make the point that gas will play a critical role in our energy needs as we see the shift towards renewable energy, and I think Minister Sharp and I are working closely as we make sure that as we implement that, we understand the need for secure, reliable and affordable access to gas, particularly for our manufacturing
Thanks, Minister. I can
industries,
come back
I'd
to
say.
the departmental officials later. Just in terms of this, the contentions put forward, again, by your department's lawyers, which should reflect, I assume, your views and government's policy, that they urged the tribunal to place less weight in climate change as a public detriment and to give greater weight to new fossil gas supply, less weight to climate change. Is that appropriate in your view?
So again, Ms. Fairman, I don't have that particular...
It's a question of public policy. You're the Minister for Natural Resources. Yeah. This was in the Native Title Tribunal. I mean, it's a serious situation here in terms of what your department's lawyers argued to give less weight in climate change as a public detriment. And the Net Zero Commission has found that this state isn't meeting its targets, largely, really, because of coal and gas being one of the ones that the Net Zero Commission called out. What responsibility are you taking for this as Minister?
So I'm really hesitant to provide specific commentary, particularly on the legal case as it occurred. As I said to you at the outset, given that the state's a listed party, I just want to be really careful about what I say. I've been clear though, our government is absolutely committed to our net zero targets. And we're taking a range of actions. That's obviously being led by Minister Sharp, but we're certainly working closely as we implement that.
Is this a direction that's coming from you, Minister? Do you agree with then, let's just look at it in terms of overall policy coming from your department. Do you agree that departmental lawyers should be arguing or putting less weight, urging the tribunal to place less weight in climate change as a public detriment? That's in the past. We're not talking about the appeal.
Well, no, Ms. Fairman, as I said, I'm going to be really careful about what I say today, given that this is subject to ongoing legal proceedings. I would say if you wanted a response in relation to the specific instructions that were provided...
Policy? What about policy? Let's just lift it out
Ms. Fairman,
of the
again,
court case and just talk about general policy, because it's a really, really significant whole of government policy.
I've been clear that we are committed to net zero targets, but we also understand the importance that the government has in relation to ensuring that we have energy security. And it's not a black and white answer. This is something that we have to delicately manage and work our way through. But I'm not going to provide reflections on specific instructions that were provided in a legal case that is currently subject to appeal. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm going to be very careful about what I say there.
Ms. Fairman, you've got another 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Minister, on another issue for now, the Critical Minerals and High-Tech Metals Activation Fund.
Yes.
In November 2022, RZ Resources was granted $500,000 under that fund. And at the time that those grants were provided, New South Wales Resources said the grants were assessed against the published guidelines. The process included an independent panel, independent probity advisor, compliance history review and evaluation against the published guidelines. Is that the understanding for the companies that have received that funding?
So you just kind of raced through the assessment guidelines, but they sound pretty reasonable to me. I would make the point that November 2022 was under the previous government, that we did inherit a number of grants that had been awarded but were at various stages of the funding actually being issued. So I think in relation to specific grants and specific projects, I'd probably pass the Deputy Secretary. I am broadly aware of the issue that you're speaking about.
Yes, that occurred under the previous government in terms of the granting of that, and we'll can speak to the officials about that as well, maybe in the afternoon. In May 2023, so obviously just after your government, the government was elected, the departmental newsletter, or the newsletter of mining, exploration and geosciences, I should say, stated that RZ Resources, there was an enforceable undertaking, and that they had committed over 100 offences under mining legislation in New South Wales across multiple titles. Now, have you, in terms of looking at companies like RZ Resources, because there's a lot of exploration going on in New South Wales. There's a lot of exploration, titles, licenses. What are you doing to ensure that these companies that are out there actually have a good record, as opposed to a litany of offences, which is what this one company has been found? You know that I've asked this in previous budget estimates as well about different companies.
Yeah, so I would acknowledge that you've asked me a number of questions in previous budget estimates and also then in that particular one to me. In relation to RZ Resources, I'm certainly aware of the company. I have been briefed in relation to some of those specific allegations, but I probably would refer to the Deputy Secretary. It is an Australian-owned mining company. It does specialise in mineral sand resources, including critical minerals and rare earth elements. And you might be aware, I think it was even in the newspaper today, or perhaps yesterday, there were the question around rare earth elements and the access to rare earth elements is going to be one that we're likely to see more demand for, just given particularly the actions that China is taking in relation to trade restrictions in that space. So I think I am aware that this of the particular circumstances in relation to RZ Resources and that particular project. I think it's just outside Balranald. But I think it's probably best for the Deputy Secretary just to provide you with the specifics.
I'm happy to talk to that. Thank you. So RZ Resources, you mentioned, it did enter into an enforceable undertaking with the resources regulator, and while that was underway, payment of that funding was suspended, and then the company complied with all of the actions in that enforceable undertaking. The grant funding, as the Minister said, which was a commitment under the former government, was about undertaking a definitive feasibility study for their Kopi Mineral Sands project, and that is one of the critical minerals that is identified.
So one of the questions I was going to ask Ms. Beattie, the reason I'm bringing this up is because there is still a landholder who is suggesting that the regulator has been non-compliant in relation to dust and noise pollution issues, lack of community consultation, a range of different issues. They're finding that the regulator is coming out and visiting their property, looking into the issue and finding repeatedly that there's no compliance issues in relation to this mining company's activities. I've seen photos of exploration holes that, for example, haven't been filled, that the regulator says have been completely rehabilitated. So there's the RZ Resources has been fined, but now the regulator doesn't seem to be effectively monitoring and ensuring that this company is complying with its conditions.
So the resources regulator investigates every complaint received. We look thoroughly into those, and Jamie Tripodi, the acting executive director of the resources regulator, can run through some of the details about that particular any investigations underway. But I think there have been some investigations that where complaints have not been sustained, which I think is what you're referring to. But
yeah, we can come back. I'll come back to those details. Yeah. Minister, I wanted to
I'd just make this point, Ms. Fairman. I have had concerns raised with me by the local member down there, and we've looked closely into these. But if you raise new allegations, we will look into them closely.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask about Bowden's lead and silver mine now. Now, I understand that the CEO that you met with Silver Mines. Firstly, this is you met with Bowden's in September last year, according to your diaries. Now, the CEO of Silver Mines said in an interview with a German investor service that in a meeting that he had with you, this is Joe Battershill, he was asked, what do I tell the world's investors? To which he said that you said to him, Silver Mines has the full support of the New South Wales government. You can quote me on that. Now, this is after the court case in relation to Bowden's. You met with them and you told him that. Now, is that correct?
So you asked me again a series of questions in relation to that. I take
I
in
just
good
said,
faith.
is that correct? I laid out everything else.
Well, let me
actually.
just. I take in good faith that you've read my meeting disclosures and it was in September. I don't recall exactly when the meeting was. I do recall that it was on the eve of. It was about the time that we were discussing the McPhillamys gold mine situation, and I believe it was on the eve of the Denver Gold Show, and that was where a range of mining companies were going to, and there was going to be a discussion similar to what I spoke to Ms Mitchell about earlier, about whether New South Wales was a good place to invest. And in that context, I said, yes, we want investment here. I don't recall the exact words that I said, but there's certainly, we want to see more investment in critical minerals and high-tech metals here in New South Wales. And you would appreciate, Ms Fairman, that these are largely critical minerals and high-tech metals that will be crucial.
We can argue whether silver is
our renewable. And we've had that discussion here previously.
So,
but they are crucial for our renewable energy future.
I'm still
and my strong view is that it is better to have them safely mined here in New South Wales rather than some of the other global options that are other sources of supply.
Minister, do you think that the Clarence Valley is a safe place for us to look for critical minerals and high-tech metals? There is a community alliance there, the Clarence Catchment Alliance, who are lobbying the government to exclude their catchment from the strategy. What's the government's position on gold mining, antimony mining, in the Clarence catchment?
So my position on that, Mr Buckingham, I am aware of the Community Alliance. I understand that they were at Parliament a couple of weeks ago, and I believe that my office met with them while they were here. I'm aware of the concerns of the local community. I'd make this point. Anywhere in New South Wales, there needs to be a robust regulatory framework for mining to occur. And the fundamental difference about our mining industry in New South Wales with other jurisdictions across even Australia is that our mines are largely positioned close to local communities. Now, that's got great benefits for our regional towns in the sense that we can have them sustained by those local mining operations. We can have them as members of local football teams. We can have them sending their kids to local schools. They are important local jobs that can be anchoring our regional communities. I understand that there are concerns in the Clarence Valley, and I would say that we are certainly going to engage with those concerns, but it is not my intention to start ruling out parts of the state for mining at this point.
Thank you. The opposition.
Thanks,
Mrs.
Chair.
Mitchell.
Just a couple from me and then I'll hand to my colleague. Minister, you're a shareholder, Minister for Forestry Corporation, that's correct?
Yes, I am.
Can you provide an update on the board appointments to Forestry Corporation? Are there any positions that have remained outstanding at the moment?
So in relation to Forestry Corporation, you are right. I am a shareholding minister with the Treasurer, and part of our responsibilities as a shareholding minister is to make appointments to the board and is also to set the statements of corporate intent, the sort of framework for how the bodies are going to operate. I don't recall exactly about across the, I think it's 6 or 7 different SOCs that I'm a shareholding minister for, but I'd be happy to pass to the secretary.
Any vacancies at the moment?
Yeah, just to confirm, according to the information available to me, Ms Mitchell, there are currently 2 vacancies on the board.
Okay, and when would you expect those positions to be filled? And is there a reason why they haven't been already?
Sorry, a question to me.
Yes, well, either
or.
Look,
subject to government decision making.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, Minister, just in relation to the statement of expectations, and you mentioned that you signed that, I think, with the Treasurer and the Minister for Agriculture as well. Your top priority for Forestry Corporation was to work with the government to deliver the Great Koala National Park and the Forestry Industry Action Plan. What role do you see the Forestry Corporation playing in the delivery of the Great Koala National Park?
So I'll take in good faith that you're reading it from the statement of corporate intent. I don't have that in front of me right now, but that sounds logical to me. That's a key election commitment that I know Minister Moriarty and Minister Sharp are working through, but I don't have an announcement in relation to the Great Koala National Park, except to say that it is an election commitment, and we expect that Forestry Corp will work with the government as we implement that election commitment.
Are you aware that Forestry Corp was not represented on the Industry Advisory Panel consulting on the Koala Park or the Steering Committee? Is that in line with what you would expect?
Again, I can't recall if I was briefed on that particular group. I assume that I would have been, but yeah, I can't.
Could you maybe take that on notice and come back to me with an answer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would make the point again that the implementation of the Great Koala National Park is really a policy that is being led by Minister Sharp and Minister Moriarty, and so they're probably best placed to be answering questions in relation to placement on industry. What was the name? The Industry Advisory Board.
The Industry Advisory Panel. Or the Steering Committee. I appreciate that, but your name is also on, you are a signatory as a shareholder minister. If you could come back to me on what your understanding is on that, even on notice, I would appreciate would appreciate that. And then just one more, just more broadly in relation to the softwood timber industry, obviously very critical to the housing sector. Have you given any direction as a shareholder minister to Forestry Corporation to look at expanding the softwood estate so that the government can meet its housing targets?
So I might just come back to you on notice in relation to that. We've certainly done some work with Forestry Corp because it is currently projected. The Secretary would correct me if I'm wrong here. I think the losses are projected to the end of this decade, and we're certainly looking at different work that we need to be doing across the corporation. But sorry, you were asking whether we have issued a directive in relation to
or just what direction have you given them in terms of expanding the softwood estate to meet those housing targets?
Yeah, I mean, you would accept that there is quite a long lead time between establishing a plantation and it coming to fruition. I think from memory it's sort of more than 2 decades. But look, I think we are doing a range of things in order to address the housing shortages that we inherited because of the lack of action from your government.
Well, this was about what you have done, but if you're happy to take that on notice in terms of any directions, that would be great. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Mr. Smythe, I think we were discussing the situation in relation to surcharge duty and exceptional circumstances, and it's not a hardship issue necessarily. In the bright line position is that the number of days that someone is outside of the jurisdiction gives rise to non-discretionary circumstances in relation to the Commissioner's ability to waive land tax liability in relation to surcharge duty. That's correct, is it?
That's right.
So the only option which would be available to the government and to the minister would either be by way of ex gratia payment or ex gratia acknowledgement, or alternatively to amend the legislation to in fact provide for exceptional circumstances. Yeah. So, Minister, when you spoke to Ben Fordham in February and told him that you would update the guidelines to provide for exceptional circumstances so that families caring for terminally ill overseas relatives would not be subject to land tax bills, did you understand that you would be amending the legislation to provide that discretion?
So I'm not sure that's exactly I won't necessarily accept the premise of your question in the words, the way that you've characterised my response to Mr. Fordham, unless you've got a specific quote to read out to me. What I will say is that I have asked Revenue New South Wales to actively commission the creation of a common practice note that deals with the operation of surcharge land tax and the current legislative exemptions, and that work is underway.
So, do you understand that if that is a reflection of the existing circumstance, the issue which you addressed on Mr. Fordham's show in February would not give any relief to that family who were looking for a critically ill relative overseas, would it?
So again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm on the show with Mr. Fordham, and here I'm not going to canvass the individual circumstances of an individual. You would be aware, as a former finance minister, of the very strict requirements around tax secrecy. I also just don't think it's appropriate to canvass them in this particular
Well, you did on the radio.
forum.
You canvassed it on the radio.
Because I would say this, Mr. Tudor-Hope, this is a particular family that have made particular representations. Unless you're saying, is it your testimony here that that family has made representations
Order.
to you here?
Order.
I'm just saying, this is
Minister, we won't ask
questions.
the honourable member questions.
Thank you.
Well, the reason why I ask it with respect, Chair, is because the provisions of the tax secrecy laws, which Mr. Tudor-Hope asked me about at the outset, actually say that I need to seek permission from the individual. And so before engaging with any discussions about a particular individual, I would want assurance that you had got that release from that particular individual.
What I'm putting to you is the conversation you had with a radio presenter in February, where you identified making arrangements to cover exceptional circumstances, including caring for seriously ill overseas residents. Are you now saying to that family that that was an idle suggestion? Because absent changing the legislation, you're not in a position to get, or alternatively making an ex gratia payment to the family, you're not in a position to move away from the provisions of the legislation, are you?
No, you are incorrect, Mr. Tudor-Hope. And as a former finance minister, I would expect that
tell
you
me
would
how I'm
understand
incorrect,
that this is a complex area of law, and that was
Will you
indeed...
tell me how I'm incorrect?
I think she's just about to.
Are you finished, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
You tell me how I'm incorrect.
So, as I said on the radio, and as I will say to you here now, I'm not going to discuss an individual circumstances unless you can provide me with an attestation that that family has asked you to raise them specifically with me. What I can tell you is the same thing that I said on the radio, which is that my responsibilities as the minister is to set the framework, and that individual matters are administered by the Chief Commissioner and by Revenue New South Wales. And Mr. Tudor-Hope, and I will finish my answer, and in response to that, that framework includes legislation and also guidelines. I would expect that work is underway. Now, I just said to you, I have asked Revenue New South Wales to actively commission the creation of a common practice note that will deal with the operation of surcharge land tax and the current legislative exemptions. The provisions that are in place at the moment is that you must conform with the 200-day rule, but it is my expectation that in administering that it would be done fairly and with mindfulness towards individual hardship circumstances, and that's what's been outlined today.
Mr. Smythe, would that require some legislative arrangement in relation to the guidelines that the Minister has indicated in relation to relief in exceptional circumstances?
No, Mr. Tudor-Hope. There's a subsection 2B of section 5B of the legislation to which, and I don't want to put words into the Minister's mouth, but I believe this is the section she's referring to, that provides that the Chief Commissioner may, in exceptional circumstances, waive a requirement under section 2A, which is the requirement of a person not, or the reference to the person not residing or using a property as their principal place of residence while they're temporarily absent from Australia. So there is scope to enter into for Revenue New South Wales to provide some more information to individuals to understand the operation of that.
But is there
subsection
scope for Revenue New South Wales to waive the 200-day requirement?
In exceptional circumstances and subject to the bright line requirements were outlined in that decision I referred to earlier in the day, which was
Chen's case. Chen's case.
Chen's case, that's right.
So in those circumstances, is it open to the Minister to remove or grant exceptional circumstances for the 200-day limit?
It's not open to the Minister, it's
open to the Commissioner?
The Chief Commissioner.
The Chief Commissioner. Chief Commissioner, have you in fact, in the circumstances that has been outlined by the Minister, made a decision about whether exceptional circumstances existed in relation to the issue which arose, which you referred to in her radio interview in February?
Again, it's an issue about secrecy, Mr. Tudorhope. So certainly the matter was raised with me and I was asked to review it, and I've done that, and the matter is settled with the taxpayer.
And the taxpayer has been advised of that, have they?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Minister, in relation to your commitment to implement a debarment scheme to ban dodgy suppliers from government procurement, when will such a scheme commence?
So again, that's part of the work that I discussed earlier in relation to our local content policies. It's also part of the work that we're doing in relation to the Jobs First Commission. You would be aware, Mr. Tudorhope, that the only other jurisdiction that operates a debarment scheme is Western Australia, but we have welcomed that particular recommendation from the ICAC, and we are in the process of working through how a debarment scheme might work in practice in New South Wales.
It's 12 months since you announced that. Mr. Gadiel, can you tell us where that's up to?
Well, I can tell you.
I'm asking Mr. Gadiel.
Gadiel is his name.
Yeah, Gadiel. That's what I said.
Mr. Tudorhope, that's a matter for government.
But there is a process in place, is there, to implement that debarment scheme?
It's a matter, we are supporting the government in its consideration of that scheme, but the details...
Can you indicate when a time we could expect to see that scheme being implemented as part of the procurement process?
I'd refer you to the Minister. It's a matter for government.
Do you know?
Again, I'd refer you to the Minister.
Do you know?
Because it's a matter
my question.
For government, yeah.
A point of order has been taken by Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane, on the point of order.
Mr. Gadiel has exercised his right to refer the question and answer to the Minister, as it should be, because it's a matter of policy. And Mr. Tudorhope has continued to raise the same question. I ask that he be directed to move on.
Yes, I uphold the point of order. Mr. Gadiel has referred it back to the Minister. The question should be directed to the Minister.
So to assist the committee, Mr. Buckingham, what I can say is that one of the things that has come through the consultation process is that the debarment scheme as it operates in Western Australia debars, and it's worthwhile noting, Mr. Tudorhope, this would mean that a particular supplier could not engage in any work with the New South Wales government. That's a pretty significant step to be taking for any company. So one of the things that we are considering is having more of a graduated approach. So for example, it may mean that you would be debarred for a certain period of time, for a smaller amount of time, or there may be other penalties that apply. We do think this is important in relation to, as we provide more central oversight in how we spend our procurement dollars, and making sure that if there is a supplier that shouldn't be procuring with the New South Wales government, that we're really clear and we send that message right across the New South Wales government. But before we take that steps, there's a range of things that we need to take into consideration, including principles around natural justice.
Minister, yesterday, your colleague, the Minister for Small Business, released the progress report for the Charter for Small Business, of which Principle 4 is to boost government procurement from small business. The progress report states that the Business Connect procurement specialists continue to provide tailored business advice for small businesses interested in selling to government, with over 700 customers receiving 870 hours of specialist support in 2024. Now, this valuable support is about to end on the 30th September. Who's going to provide it after the 30th September?
I mean, with respect, Mr. Tudor Hope, you've already asked me that question, and I provided you, questions in relation to the progress report that was released by the Minister for Small Business yesterday would be best directed to the Minister for Small Business when she appears before an estimates, I recall, on Friday. The point I would make is that in relation to procurement, that I recently released figures that show the procurement spend with small and medium-sized businesses is at record levels, and that's important work. Part of the reason I believe why we're seeing that is as a result of the ministerial direction that I issued. One of the first things I did after being sworn in as the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing and Government Procurement was to issue a direction to the Procurement Board to actually, I'm not sure if it was to the Procurement Board, I might be corrected there, but I issued a ministerial direction that would implement our election commitment to increase the amount that small and medium-sized enterprise could directly procure with the New South Wales Government. And I have to say, we've had really positive feedback in how that's being implemented right around the state.
Minister, you'd be aware of the commitment by the government to the Penrith Indoor Sports Centre, would you not?
I'm sorry?
You'd be aware of the commitment by the government to the delivery of the Penrith Indoor Sports Precinct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're the Minister for Western Sydney?
I am the Acting Minister for Western Sydney at the moment, but I am not aware of that particular election commitment.
Well, then perhaps you can take these questions on notice then.
Sure.
I'm not critical of you for not knowing, but can you tell us what the time frame for the delivery of the public works associated with the precinct is, and confirm as part of that the state government will cover the cost escalations in the project so as to ensure that the council does not have to bear those costs?
Yeah, look, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Tudor Hope, I'm answering questions in my substantive portfolios here today. I'm the Acting Minister for Western Sydney. I'd be happy to take... I appeared at estimates last week in the portfolios of Acting Minister for Education in Western Sydney before Portfolio Committee 3, and I answered a range of questions there, but I'm happy to take those on notice and come back to you.
Good, thank you. Well, just while you're in your capacity as the Minister for Education, if I could ask you a question, since you raised workers' compensation earlier, how many teachers currently are in making claims for workers' compensation in New South Wales at the moment?
Mr. Tudor Hope, I'm the Acting Minister for Education, whilst the current Minister for Education is seeking treatment. We discussed a range of education issues last week. Your colleague, Ms Mitchell, asked me a number of questions. I will take that on notice, but I would direct you that was really the opportunity if you wanted to be asking me questions about education.
Can I also ask you to take on notice how many of those teachers who are seeking workers' compensation payments have a whole of person incapacity of between 20 and 30%?
I mean, again, Mr. Tudor Hope, your opportunity to ask me questions in relation to the education portfolio was last week, and I'd say this, that...
You're in the room with me today, Minister. Minister, are you concerned that the Crown Solicitor approved a deed of release for Revenue New South Wales that became the subject of a damning report by the New South Wales Ombudsman in relation to a potential criminal offence which may arise in respect of that deed of offence?
Yes.
Have you sought a briefing in relation to that?
Yes.
And what's your response to the Ombudsman?
So I find that conduct completely unacceptable. I'm aware of the conduct, but I understand your time has expired, and I'd be happy to answer further questions when we come back to you.
You'd be happy to answer
further questions when we come back to your time.
I think You might have exhausted my time. That might be a relief
You might get
to
a
you,
couple
Minister.
more minutes.
I might get a couple of minutes.
You'll get a couple of minutes at the end there, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Minister, the US cannabis industry is growing at a compounding annual growth rate of 34%. Last year, or in 2022, it was worth $43 billion to their economy. In 2022, $43 billion. In 2023, it was worth $57 billion. And it's going, predictions are that it'll be worth over $400 billion per annum to the US economy by 2032, making it comparable to the alcohol industry. And in actual fact, the alcohol industry is in decline. What are some of the policies that you are promoting in this state to attract the medicinal cannabis industry to the state?
So, Mr. Buckingham, you've certainly asked me questions in relation to the opportunities in relation to medicinal cannabis and the manufacture here. I know that we do have some companies that are doing some great work. I think from memory it was around the north of the state. The work in relation to specific industries has really been set by our industry policy, and that's led by Minister Chanthavong. He released that and talked about the specific opportunities, particularly in relation to renewable energy, critical minerals mining, amongst other things.
Did it mention medicinal cannabis?
I don't believe it did, but I'd be happy to come back to you on notice.
So the state doesn't have a standalone... The Victorians have a medicinal cannabis industry policy, but New South Wales does not have a policy to help promote one of the fastest growing industries in the world.
Yeah, look, I certainly would take that on board, Mr. Buckingham, and I have to say I was surprised by the figures that you just read out then. They're certainly encouraging. I'd make the point that the industry policy is the first one that has been released in, I think, many decades, and that's really an initiative that's been led by Minister Chanthavong. As the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing and Government Procurement, my main focus is in relation to how we can be using the government procurement spend to be fostering our local domestic manufacturing industry. But I do have the opportunity to visit and to engage with a range of other domestic manufacturing companies and hear about the challenges they're facing. I'd be happy to take on board the feedback that you're providing and meet with any particular companies that you might like me to meet with.
What does take on board mean? So the government is doing nothing at the moment. You can't point to a single thing that the government is doing to help support this sector.
So I'd say that no, I wouldn't say we can't point to a specific thing. I would say that we are open to if there was a specific thing that they were asking for us to do. I know that I think we've discussed previously some federal policy changes that could be made, and I'd be happy to engage with those further if that's something that we could be doing. But I'd make this point, there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of local manufacturers who do fantastic work right across the state each and every day. I had the opportunity to visit the Arnott's factory just last week with the Premier, and that's a business that's been operating for 160 years. We've got other manufacturing businesses, for example, like Visi that I visited a couple of months ago.
Do you think the global biscuit industry is going to be worth $500 billion in 10 years' time?
Look, I'd say that there's some encouraging international opportunities for our Tim Tams that I won't write off and that they were telling us about last week. But you make a good point. You make a good point about the opportunities. I think I would be happy to engage with you further in relation to those opportunities if there's a specific ask. But the main focus of my work as the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing and Government Procurement is specifically in relation to how we can leverage those government procurement spend, and I would suggest that perhaps in the area of medicinal cannabis it may be somewhat limited.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, earlier you said that New South Wales, in terms of New South Wales mining, is taking place more around populated areas than other jurisdictions or states. Is that...
I said that a feature of our mining industry is that it largely does occur. We do see in other states what is known as FIFO workers, you would be aware. And while there is some parts of the New South Wales mining industry that operates like that, I would say that large parts of our mining industry do operate close to communities, or as has been the terminology that's been given to me is we have drive in, drive out rather than fly in, fly out, which, as I said to you, I think that means that as I said earlier, that means that those mining jobs can support regional communities across the state.
Thank you. Are you aware as well in terms of the mining that is in Broken Hill, the research that the government has had for quite a number of years now by Mark Taylor that shows that current mining emissions in Broken Hill are driving up blood lead levels in the children of Broken Hill?
So I'm broadly aware of the research. I understand that that work in relation to that report is being led through TCO, but I will answer any specific questions that you might have.
Just in terms of the appropriateness of a mine that is mining lead to be approved or built near a community. So do you think it is appropriate for a lead mine, a mine that is mining lead, to be constructed and to be operating 2 kilometres from a primary school? Let's use that as an example.
So the points I'd make in relation to that research from Broken Hill, which I'm broadly aware of, and I can see where you may be going in relation to that. The point I'd make about Broken Hill is that I'm told that there are high levels of lead actually in the soil in Broken Hill, so I would be very cautious about drawing comparisons about research in Broken Hill versus the rest of the state. The other point I would make is that there is a long history of mining in Broken Hill, a very long history of mining, and indeed some of the overburden, I think is the correct terminology, is actually located in the centre of the town. So I just think I would be really careful about equating research that happens on a specific part of the state in Broken Hill against another part of the state.
Minister, the report was specifically made or produced as a result of the Broken Hill lead program, a whole of government program. The research was done at the request of government. It was then basically suppressed for 4 years, including your department, but other departments knew about this report. Specifically, which is the most important thing about this report, is it highlights the fact that it is current mining as well as historical, but most importantly current mining that is contributing to the air quality, that is contributing, yes, to the soil, but on the top of the soil in terms of children's blood lead levels. And there were specific strategies to reduce the blood lead levels in Broken Hill. So that's the most important bit. Firstly, I just want to make sure that you're aware that that's what this report has found, because it sounds like the briefing notes you've got in front of you aren't correct.
So, Ms. Fairman, there was a series of assertions that you made. In response, I would make the point that the Broken Hill Environmental Lead Response Group, it's a New South Wales Government interagency group. It was established by the Premier in 2023, and it's to coordinate a long-term whole of government approach. If you have specific allegations in relation to the actions of my department in suppressing research or the like, then I'm happy to take those on board if you have specific allegations and come back to you on notice. The point I made at the outset was that Broken Hill and the research that is conducted there would be somewhat unique to the unique nature of Broken Hill. I love Broken Hill, I should say. I've been there many times, but it is very unique and there are some unique factors in relation to that. I'd also make this point, Ms Fairman, which is my responsibilities as the Minister for Natural Resources in the mining industry are largely in relation to to workers.
Thank you, Minister.
And
yes.
And the EPA really has that broader community approach, but that's why
You did just say though earlier that in terms of one of the unique things, as though this is also positive about mines being near populations, and I'm just asking if you're aware that this particular mining region, it's very, very problematic for the children in Broken Hill.
So, in relation to, I think my broad assertions earlier that the jobs supported by the mining industry are important across regional New South Wales. We do want to be able to continue those, but that we have a robust regulatory system in place to protect communities. And this is where there is the interaction between the work of, for example, the EPA in relation to the broader community monitoring, and also with my department. In relation, if you have specific concerns about specific projects, I'm happy to take those on board and see whether, I'm happy to take those on notice and see whether they would be appropriately answered by myself or perhaps by Minister Sharp in her responsibilities, supervising the EPA.
Thank you, Minister. The opposition, Mr Tudor-Hope.
Mr Smythe, if a doctor is operating a surgery on his property...
Mr Tudor-Hope, I can't hear a word you're saying, mate.
Sorry, I'm just having to look around, Miss Fairman, unfortunately. If a doctor is operating a surgery on their property, which is primarily a residential property, so it's a commercial use and a residential use on the same block of land, land tax would be potentially payable in relation to that part of the property which was being used for a commercial premises, would it not? They're the 9D and 9C guidelines, I think, or 9C.
It's often a question of degree, so it's not the easiest question. So let me say, I wouldn't rule out that land tax would potentially be payable in some circumstances, but not in all circumstances.
So, just in terms of how you would make a decision in relation to whether that property would be subject to the land tax, how would you make that decision?
There's a number of factors that you take into account: the degree, the area, the intensity of use. It's very difficult to comment on something like that without a realistic bundle of facts that we could work our way through.
Are you aware, of course, that the Premier of Victoria recently was subject to some criticism because she refused to rule out land tax in circumstances where legislation was being introduced in relation to working from home?
I'm aware of the debate. I saw the Victorian Premier on the news. I have a slightly different recollection. I thought she did, in fact, rule out land tax, but I may well be mistaken.
Well, clearly it is an issue which would exercise revenue if, in fact, legislation to allow working from home.
Order, order. Mr Tudor-Hope, that is clearly a hypothetical that you're putting to our public official, and it's something you should probably put to the Minister.
Mr Smythe is not unacquainted with dealing with hypotheticals.
Yes, but are
there circumstances, Mr Smythe, where someone who uses a home office does pay land tax in relation to that part of their premises?
I'd take that on notice.
But it may be the case.
So
how would you?
I mean, there's so many elements that go into answering that question. I'm not sure we have sufficient time.
Well, to the extent, Minister, can I put this to you, that in relation to working from home policies, would you rule out, or would you be prepared to rule out that any land tax would be payable by employees who work from home?
Look, that's a new idea. It's the first time it's been put to me. It's certainly not something that we're considering at the moment.
Well, you're not prepared to rule that out today, are you?
Well, I mean, I think if you're considering future policies of a
just
Liberal opposition
there's
about
nothing which seems to stop
working
your
from
government
home,
from looking for new
then
revenue
I'd
sources,
say-
Minister.
I'd say that would be a matter for your discussion. Look, it's the first time that I've heard it raised with me.
Well, it seems to exercise the mind of the Labor government in Victoria.
Yeah, I mean,
However,
I think we're in New South Wales government estimates. I'm happy to answer questions about New South Wales government issues rather than the Victorian government's current policy considerations. I think we can all agree that we have a slightly different approach in New South Wales.
well, I'm not entirely sure. Minister, just returning to the deed of release, which was the subject of the Ombudsman's report, in relation to that deed of release, when did you first become aware of it?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you. I am aware of it now. It's a very, very serious issue, and I share the Ombudsman's concern, and I would make the point that every person has the right to seek independent review, and the use of deeds of release to prevent individuals from exercising those statutory rights is unacceptable.
Mr Minns, are you aware of any other cases where a deed of release has been requested in the circumstances which was addressed by the Ombudsman?
The Ombudsman's report to Parliament asked that we look into that, and my understanding is that we could not find an earlier episode where those terms had been included in a deed of release. And I'm also advised, Mr Tudorhope, that we don't often end up reaching deeds of settlement. The last time we had a deed in a similar sort of or related circumstance was about 2021.
That's correct.
Yeah. So it's not an everyday practice, which to some degree I think contributed to the mistake in this case.
Minister, to your knowledge, has the Premier responded to the recommendation that a direction be issued reminding all government agencies that this practice is inappropriate and unacceptable?
Look, that would be a question for the Premier. What I can tell you is that you would be aware, or you may not be aware, that the deed was actually drafted by the Crown Solicitor's Office, and the Crown Solicitor has issued an office-wide policy providing that the Crown Solicitor's Office may not draft a deed or other agreement requiring any person to withdraw or undertake not to make complaints or applications for investigation or relief lodged with any investigative body. I note that the advice that I have is that Revenue New South Wales has reviewed all of their deeds of release from the past 7 years, and none were found to contain a similar provision. We are taking this Ombudsman's report very seriously. Revenue New South Wales has fully cooperated with the Ombudsman and accepted all of their recommendations.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, going back to the earlier question about surcharge duty, Mr James Hoskins, or Dr James Hoskins, wrote to you on the 27th of May 2025, canvassing all the issues which we have explored today. When are you going to reply to his letter?
So I'm going to be clear again, Mr Tudorhope, unless you can furnish me with some evidence.
I've got a copy of his letter in front of me, which he has furnished to me.
Okay, then I'd have to take that on notice. I think I may have responded.
You may have responded?
Yeah.
My instructions is that as of today you have... sorry, I should say you may have responded, but he hasn't received a response.
I'll take that on board.
Yeah.
I'm not aware. I know that we have been working through the issues that were raised by Mr. and Dr. Hoskins, and I would say that, yeah, if I just can't recall if I've actually signed the final version of the letter or not.
And can I suggest to you, now that you are aware, Mr Minns, that I have in fact been approached by Dr Hoskins. You in fact have written to Dr Hoskins saying that no exemption will be granted. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure that I have written to
Well,
Dr.
no.
Hoskins.
In fact, I think it was Mr Smythe that whose signature appears at the
It would be
bottom of the
helpful
email.
to know what date that
I will give you that date if I can. 27th of May. And Mr. Hoskins wrote to the Minister on the same day, having received Mr. Smythe's email. Do you say that you've applied the exceptional circumstances guidelines which are available to be applied?
I can assure you, Mr. Tudorhope, that the appropriate processes were complied with, as with all of our matters, and if that's what the letter says, that's what the letter says.
So, in circumstances where the Minister tells a radio announcer that in circumstances where there are seriously ill relatives overseas, that constitutes exceptional circumstances, you have decided that the exceptional circumstances do not apply in this case.
So just as a general matter, I'd once again refer you to the circumstances of or the facts that were considered by the New South Wales Civil and Administrative Tribunal in Chen versus the Chief Commissioner. In that case, the tribunal went through and considered there were two elements to Section 5B. One was a question of whether or not exceptional circumstances existed, and the other one was dealt with the second part or the second limb of subsection 2B, which talks about a brief absence. In order for the provision to even be considered, both elements need to be met.
So that's what I'm suggesting to you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Tudorhope. Appreciate that. Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, are you aware of biological monitoring results of work that's undertaken by New South Wales Resources Regulator in relation to the lead levels of workers in lead mines across the state? Are you kept informed about that work?
I don't recall exactly being briefed on that, so I might have to come back to you on notice. They may have provided a briefing to me. I just can't recall that.
So in terms of the lead mining districts across New South Wales, are there workers in those mines who have had to be removed from those mines because of high lead levels?
I can't recall that at the moment. The point I'd make is that most of the lead mining that I'm aware of actually occurs with other minerals. And so, for example, last year...
Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'm asking you about the workers and whether you are advised by your department that workers can be exposed to lead, and asking you whether workers have to be removed from mines because they have their lead levels are too high.
So I would just say that I would expect that there is some level of monitoring that's undertaken by workers. I know that that's certainly work that's done within the coal industry. Is the monitoring of ongoing monitoring of workers, and that would largely be reported to me.
Okay, so the regulator, there was a briefing sheet in some documents that I obtained from the 7th of August 2024, which states that since 2021, the regulator has assessed 33 notifications made by mine operators of elevated blood lead levels of workers. So my question is, are you aware of that?
Sorry, I just said that I will take on notice the specifics of the monitoring process that's underway. I know that monitoring of workers does occur. I would say that I am aware that we have very robust safety requirements and monitoring that occurs within the coal industry. I would say that as we see more critical minerals and high-tech metals mines, that there may need to be ongoing reform in order to make sure that the tragic lessons that we have learnt in relation to safety within the coal mining industry can be transferred towards our other mining areas, but that's an area that continues to be underway and we continue to consider.
Thank you, Minister. Mrs. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I understand the government is not continuing with royalties for rejuvenation, and you've moved to the Future Job and Investment Authorities model. But can you tell me what's happening with the former expert panels that were in place under royalties for rejuvenation?
Yeah, so as I told you in the last budget estimates hearing, those are expert panels that are established in legislation, and so I anticipate that those particular panels, that those legislative changes will be brought in when we introduce our Future Job and Investment Authority, Future Jobs and Investment Authorities legislation later this year.
Can you just confirm though if the members of those panels are still being paid?
Yeah, so as I've said to you previously, we have no option, and we have pursued that option in order to cease that payment, but that's a legislative requirement.
Yep. So how much is that costing the government to pay those panel members while they're effectively on ice? What's the cost to government?
So I'd make this point that as we wrap up the work of the expert panels, I think I've made some requests to them about just wrapping up their work and how we can be making sure that we're making best use of that expertise. In relation to the specifics in how much we've paid them and the like, I'd be happy to come back to you on notice.
Yeah, if you could on notice, that would be fantastic. And also just the last time that they formally met as panels, my understanding is it was August 2023, so but you say you're instructing them to do some work at the moment, is that right?
So I think we've had some discussions. Again, I might come back to you on notice, or perhaps the Deputy Secretary can provide some further...
We can come back to that in the afternoon, maybe, if you've got anything on that.
Sure, I'm happy to provide information on that.
Sure, I might do that this afternoon.
Can I just ask one final question then, Minister? In relation to the record spending, which is now available to small businesses, which you are very proud of, rightly so, how much of that would you attribute to the success of Business Connect?
I couldn't answer that hypothecation. I said that there was a number of factors in relation to affecting that record spend, including the ministerial direction that I issued. But I
So not to Business Connect?
I think that would be a very difficult number to hypothecate.
Thank you, Minister. Well, in the absence of government questions, no, very happy campers over there. Thank you very much, Minister, for your attendance. We appreciate that. A reminder to you all that Mr. Cootes-Trotter will not be attending for the afternoon session, so we're losing his erudite contributions, but we will soldier on. He's working from home.
Yeah, I'm finished.
He's serving the people of New South Wales elsewhere, and we will go and serve ourselves lunch and be back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
everyone.
Jack.
See you then.
Thank you.
Good. On air. We're live and on air. Welcome back, everyone. We'll recommence the hearing with 20 minutes of questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudor.
Well, thanks, Chair, and I'll start with the officials from Revenue. In fact, Mr. Minns, this is the first time I had an opportunity to say congratulations to you on your appointment. Which was good.
Beginning of week 8.
Beginning of week 8. Good, congratulations. I asked some questions earlier to the Minister, but how much payroll tax was collected in 23-24 from the 4,280 businesses with a total payroll between 1.2 million and 1.5 million that paid payroll tax that year?
I'd have to take that on notice, I think. I've got a gross number for payroll tax close at hand.
But not for that, just that cohort of the between 1.2 and 1.5?
Do you think we've got...
No, because he's only asking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Take that on notice.
Well, what was the gross figure collected for 24-25?
Just let me find that for you. Talk about payroll tax 24-25. The revenue collected was 14,800,437,704. Have I got that right?
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And how many? And that was paid by how many businesses?
Well, I'm not sure that I can directly answer that question. What I can tell you is the number of current annual assessments in that year was 44,253. But I don't think, some of those assessments might be people who've paid it in the past but are not paying it this year.
Right.
So it might be a little bit less than that number.
Or it might be even more.
Yeah, the number of active payroll customers is over 56,000. So they're people who have perhaps paid it at some point in the past.
And
yeah.
It goes back to my earlier question then in relation to that amount of how many of those businesses, the 44,000, had a payroll between 1.2 and 1.5 million.
Okay, on notice.
Yeah.
As well.
Can I ask you, is it possible, I know that you guys are pretty good, is it possible to get those figures while we're in the course of this hearing?
It'll come down to whether or not it's easy to
I know
pull.
that they watch diligently, your staff do.
But I'm still acquainting myself with where the fire doors are, so I'll be asking someone if they can get it and if they can get it quickly.
Mr. Smythe, the Uber has now lodged an application for special leave to appeal to the High Court.
That's correct.
There are a number of other businesses, no doubt, that are waiting on that decision. How many audits have been conducted in the last 12 months by Revenue in relation to businesses who would colloquially be known as being in the gig economy?
I'll need to take that on notice. We may need to clarify also what our understanding is of gig economy. So obviously there are some obvious ones. For example, the rideshare economy, some of those delivery services that run on similar platforms. But I understand as you get towards the edges, it becomes a little bit more difficult to determine. But how about I take that one on notice?
Well, then can I just widen it more generally? How many audits have been conducted in relation to payroll tax in the 24-25 year?
I have that number. Number of audits in 24-25 for payroll tax was 11,018.
And was that up from 23-24?
It was slightly down. 23-24 was 11,094.
In terms of the extra revenue, which was obtained as a result of those audits, are you able to give us a figure in relation to the additional revenue which was collected?
I would need to request that from the team. I'm not sure. They probably will be able to do that today. I do know the number of audits that were conducted that identified a tax liability, and that was 8,567.
That indicated they had a liability, and then from that, the total amount of extra tax collected from those 8,000.
I'd have to get that sourced.
To be able to. One of the issues relating to the identification of liability for payroll tax relies upon the definition contained in relation to what is a contractor and what is an employee. A resolution has been reached by the government in relation to medical practices. In respect of the audits which have been conducted, how many of those audits were conducted in relation to businesses in circumstances where they were identified as conducting a business in the nature of a professional practice or collective practice, which is in the nature of medical practices?
I can't tell you at this point, and I would need to check if it's in fact
Do you have
able
any,
to be sourced.
I might not have expressed that entirely
No, I
correctly.
think I understand.
But I think you understand the notion that I'm getting at?
Yes.
Is that information readily available?
I believe so. I don't have it with me. We'll see what we can do to come up with something today. But
no, that's okay.
I don't know if we'll be able to deliver on that.
Have we increased the level or number of audits in relation to those businesses which are potentially the subject of payroll tax because of the structure of the business?
Sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Have we increased the number of audits which are being done by revenue which have been identified because of the potential structure of their businesses which fall into the category of the so-called independent contractors or employees?
I'm not sure that's a question we'll be able to answer. The main reason behind that is in many circumstances the full details of the structures aren't always available until after an audit commences.
Yes.
So if I've understood your question, and please correct me if I've got this wrong, it almost seems to be coming from the other end of the perspective. So we understand the structure, and we have then gone.
Is that a trigger for someone where you potentially are able to say the nature of this business is such that they should be paying payroll tax, and they're not because of the structure of their business? Are there red flags that that your audit team could identify, which would probably give rise to
tip people off about their structuring activities and how they can best avoid tax? I'm not sure if that's.
Hopefully, their accountants are giving them good advice these days, but you would.
Look, I think it'd be safe to assume. For example, in the light of particular cases that have come down where we understand, say, there are practitioners with similar business models to those run by organisations that have been unsuccessful in their challenges. Gig economy is one that you pointed out.
Yep.
Potentially employment agent related businesses.
Mortgage brokers.
Potentially, there's been, I think the position has not changed on those, that there's no coordinated focus on looking at mortgage brokers.
Cleaning industry.
At the moment. So we're moving away then from business structures and more to industries that may need particular guidance or assistance understanding. That's, I think, a slightly different a different question or a different area of focus.
Yeah, with the cleaning industry contractors, is that an area of focus?
I'd need to take that one on notice at the moment. At various times, there have been. I mean, there was that very famous Baton cleaning case. That was quite a while ago. There are particular industries that at various times, turn out to have more issues because of particular structures that have been adopted widely by their professional advisors, and in those cases, that may very well be one of the factors that lead us to first making contact with them from a compliance perspective.
Yep.
But that won't always result in an audit.
In respect of the first home purchase stamp duty scheme, there are a number of aspects in relation to the declarations which are required to be completed by first home purchasers. One of those includes, of course, the provision that they reside in the property.
Mm-hmm.
How many audits have been conducted by Revenue to establish compliance with that obligation?
You're speaking about the first home buyer assistance scheme?
Yes.
So for the first home buyer assistance scheme in the 25-26 year, or which year are you after?
Well, the 24-25 year.
24-25, there were 668 matters that were.
And how many of those disclosed non-compliance with their obligations?
403.
Of the 600?
Yes.
And I take it that the majority of those audits were conducted as a result of some sort of notification, or were they random audits?
I don't have the details of that.
Are those details available? What triggers the audit?
I'll take that on notice.
But because it's not an unfair thing for Revenue to actually be saying to people is, if you don't comply, we'll catch you.
Mr. Tudorhope, I'm not trying to be slippery, I just don't have the details.
No, that's fine. In respect of the previous government's proposals in relation to abolition of stamp duty, there was in fact a land tax scheme which was introduced. How many purchasers who elected to participate in that scheme will remain on the scheme?
We do have that. We'll just need to find it, Mr. Tudorhope.
Could we possibly return to that question a little later?
I take it that a person who elected to go on that scheme automatically becomes disqualified if they looking to purchase another property from being a first home purchaser with any eligibility under the first home buyer assistance scheme, are they? Because they've already bought it, they've already been the owner of a property. It's a common complaint, I don't know if you have received that complaint, is that that cohort of taxpayers actually had to pay a land tax provision and never got the benefit of any exemption from the stamp duty. So, unfortunately, for that number of people, they don't get any benefit on the purchase of their so potential second property. Yep.
Yes.
Can I just...
Mr. Tudorhope, I think I have found the relevant note to answer your question. As at the 31st of July, the number of properties that opted in for FHBC, because I can't recall what the
first
acronym
home
stands
buyer...
Buyer's choice.
Buyer's choice, yeah, it was that.
So the number that opted in is 8,123, and that is based on the number of transactions and excludes cancelled transactions. So that's the number of properties. The number of individuals that opted in for FHBC is 13,844.
Do you have any figures about how many remain?
Well, I think that's the same answer. But
Oh, they all remain.
well, I think I've just told you the ones that have opted in, and the number of 8,123 was the number of transactions and excluded the cancelled transactions. So
Yeah, but there
people-
might be some people now who are no longer on the scheme.
Well, that's at the 31st of July,
Right.
so
Yeah.
it's pretty current data.
That's how many remain on the scheme.
Yep.
Well, potentially it doesn't tell me the figure though for the number who actually took it up in the first instance. Might be, I anticipate it will be more, and potentially have sold a property and moved on to just become a stamp duty payer.
I would take that one on notice.
Yeah.
I'll keep trawling. I might be able to find it.
That's all right. In terms of the discretion in relation to fines, Commissioner, have you updated the guidelines in relation to the manner in which you use your discretion in relation to fines?
My understanding is that we have a minister's guidelines framework that relates to. Does it relate to fines and debt?
Yes.
I think it does.
Debt, fines related debt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have completed an internal review of that, and it's before the minister to get final approval.
And that is the proposal is to set a new set of guidelines.
I think it's just it's a modification of the guidelines that came to me to sign through probably in my first or second week. So, I've not sought to significantly interfere with the advice that's come from the fines and debt team.
So, does it? Oh, well, I just wonder in relation to that proposal whether there's any movement away from the work and development orders. Are they still a significant part of?
It's still part of the framework.
The framework. Does there still remain an opportunity for you to waive fines in certain circumstances?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yes.
How many fines have been waived in the 24-25 year?
We'll take that on. We'll take that on notice. I assume is the question you're asking how many fines have been withdrawn
pursuant to in the Commissioner's discretion?
Yes. We'll take that on notice.
Yeah. To the extent that there are fines which are currently pursued, on how many occasions have garnishee orders been issued in relation to the collection of fines? There's one you may recall that I was consistently asked about.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 3.
Yeah. And this is in relation to fines, right? This is in relation to fines. So
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to distinguish between fines, will we?
We have different. So these numbers, I do have some numbers for you. We have, say, in the 24-25 year, there were there was 9,968 employer garnishee orders that were issued, and there were 5,904 bank garnishee orders that were issued. Just keep in mind, though, that in those instances, particularly where those two numbers may, in many cases, they will reflect garnishee orders issued in respect of the same clients. So you can't add it together and assume that there's
they're all individual.
15,000 customers. Also,
Might be one client with a variety of
with 5
garnishee
or
orders.
10 or 15 garnishee
Yep,
orders
I
issued.
understand.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Ms. Boyd, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come back on the Jobs First Commission. Maybe that's you, Mr. Gardiel. Have I said your name correctly?
Gadiel.
Gadiel.
And I was just going to interrupt. I didn't. I thought I had pronounced your name correctly. But I'm sure, Michael, you would not think that I'd mispronounced.
Gadiel. Excellent. Thank you. So in September 24, the government, in its media release, said that it would release consultation outcomes and an exposure draft bill for the Jobs First Commission by the end of 2024. Obviously, that hasn't happened. Did work commence on drafting a bill?
So the Treasury has supported the government in its development of its policy around the Jobs First Commission, but it is before Cabinet, and so I'm constrained to the extent that I can give information to you that would reveal the deliberations of Cabinet. But suffice to say that we have supported the government in the development of the policy around that commitment.
Okay. Can you tell me why the Procurement Reform Working Group hasn't met since November 24?
My understanding is that the procurement, so there's the Procurement Reform Steerco, which is a different one to the working group, but I believe the working group last met in June.
Okay. How often does it meet?
It meets monthly.
Meets monthly?
Yes.
But it's not met since June?
I'm not on the working group myself, and my notes were signed off on July, but I see no reason why there wouldn't have been a July meeting or an August meeting for that matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me what those two different groups are then? So you've got the...
So I don't think the Steerco is at a more a ministerial level.
Okay.
So we are my team runs the Procurement Reform Working Group, which is the means by which my team engages with the other agencies in the sector and gets their feedback.
So who's on that working group?
My understanding is it comprises all the major government agencies that engage in procurement. So there will be reps from all the departments you would expect, and for some multiple reps. So transport, premiers, DQ, etc. All will be represented.
Okay. I understand, I'm not sure who to direct this question to, so just jump in. I understand that the government announced that 128 new buses would be made in Nowra, yet the company's DA to Shoalhaven Council stated there would be no welding, cutting or painting on site. What's the real story there? Are those buses being made in Nowra? Do we know?
So that's primarily a matter for transport.
Thought you'd say that.
But I do understand that they will be employing the use of fiberglass coaches, and so in that respect, it's a more modern approach towards manufacturing of the coach body that doesn't require the processes you refer to in the DA.
Okay. I also understand that prison labour is being used at the Nowra bus hub instead of local workers. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. And my understanding is that there are local workers there, and there are some local prisoners who, as part of their return to workforce program, are employed at that location. My understanding is that they're paid award wages, and it's part of the government's policies around ensuring that released prisoners have skills and capabilities to function in the workforce upon release.
Okay. Thank you. Turning to something a bit different, what are the terms of recovery by the state of the $10 million owed by Whitehaven Coal pursuant to the May 25 decision of the Chief Judge in equity in the New South Wales Supreme Court?
In terms of recovery?
Yes, I understand that they owe $10 million.
Yes.
And this is as a result of some sort of negative royalty issue.
Absolutely.
So what are the terms of recovery?
Let me take that on limited notice. I expect I'll be able to come back to you within this. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure I give you the right one.
Thank you. Has that negative royalty issue applied elsewhere? Have we had that come up with other companies?
The issue itself or a dispute as to the issue? So slightly different.
I guess just has the royalty issue, negative royalty issue come up before and you've had to try and recoup it from the company?
Yes, it's an issue of which we are aware.
Okay. So has this resulted in a reissue of notices of determination for other mines to make sure this doesn't happen retrospectively in the future, but so that they're paying what they're due up front?
Yes, I think the best way I can answer that is to say I'm not aware of any other disputes at this time on those issues. We have also been quite active in issuing guidance notes, practice notes we call them, Commissioner's practice notes, that have gone out particularly over the last 24 to 36 months. I think... Sorry, I thought that was the answer to your question. It wasn't.
Okay. All right. Perhaps you could take on notice, just if you could let me know sort of how much money has previously needed to be recouped because of this negative royalty issue.
So we're talking about compliance related.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I guess what the actions taken have been to make sure that we are, getting more of it up front. And not coming up with this again. I don't know if this is one for you or not, but I'm going to give it a whirl. The guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals currently in use by Treasury and cost-benefit analysis of coal projects is dated December 2015. Anyone know if those guidelines are under review? Speedy, maybe?
I could take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. They just seem quite old. All right, so just going to, I think I might leave those ones. Can you tell me how many hardship applications have been made to Revenue New South Wales in the past year?
Okay. Sorry, could I just confirm we're talking about Hardship Review Board applications here?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, sure. Which?
Not a lot.
So 24, 25 was it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
That's right.
So the total that were the subject of an application were 149.
Okay.
Out of those, 51 progressed to determination by the board. 59 of them were not eligible to be reviewed by the board. The principal reason behind that is the Hardship Review Board only considers applications by individuals. It doesn't consider applications by, say, corporations.
Okay.
And 22 of the matters were withdrawn or resolved prior to being heard. And that leaves 27 that are currently in progress.
Right. How many have been rejected then? So if we've got 51 progressed, So of those 51, how many were rejected and how many were accepted?
And that is 24, 20. Yeah. So there were 18 where the Revenue New South Wales decision was to stand, so effectively a rejection. There were 4 that were overturned, and there were 29 where it was partially overturned. So just keeping in mind, yeah, and just keeping in mind that because the powers of the Hardship Review Board are quite broad, some of the questions that come in are not necessarily, we no longer want to pay a fine. It may be we're going through a particular situation and we want to pay less, or we want an extended period of time to pay. And that's why the numbers, it's not always yes, overturned, no, sorry, decision to stand, decision removed or revoked. It's often a variation of an existing situation.
Understand. Okay, thank you. What's the staffing allocation and budget allocation for Revenue New South Wales debt collection in relation to minor fines?
I think I would need to take that on notice. I've got information about fines and debt. Just let me see if I can break it down into minor fines. I'm not sure that I can.
And while Mr. Minns addresses that, Ms. Boyd, if I could just go back to the royalty question that you asked me.
Thank you.
So the specific issue that was the subject of that case, I understand we have not identified that in another instance, and the assessments have been fully paid.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Boyd, I won't be able to answer just with respect to the minor fines activity, but I can say that for the last financial year, fines and debt revenue, the fines revenue was 750 million.
750 million for revenue, not for the...
That's fines revenue.
Fines revenue.
In
yes.
total.
But in terms of budget allocation for the collection?
Yeah, I'd need to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. How much revenue leakage has been identified from payroll tax avoidance?
I don't personally haven't seen any information on that since I've been here.
Okay.
That's an incredibly difficult question to answer. We have data on our on revenue that's been identified. Now, whether some of it's inadvertent, some of it is because people haven't quite understood all of their obligations, and whether some of it is intentional is incredibly difficult to determine in a single given case, let alone an in globo number.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that's something we can even take on notice.
The other thing that I could say, Ms. Boyd, is that the amount of revenue that's raised does relate to the amount of compliance activity that we can direct towards that tax category. And so in years where we've had more of a concentrated focus on payroll tax compliance, we have seen total revenue intake grow in effect. So compliance activity typically does generate a return.
In terms of, I guess maybe, so I use the word avoidance, which implies perhaps a greater level of seriousness. What about underpayment of payroll tax? Are you able to quantify in given years whether there's been underpayment of payroll tax and how that's trending over time?
Yeah, not in the concept of, say, a tax gap, such as some economic, global economic agencies provide. We can provide detail of the revenue identified through compliance activity. Is that what you're
that's
after?
probably that's probably where we're going.
Okay.
I note that the payroll tax. There's a web page that was put up on Revenue New South Wales in March called Payroll Tax and the Mining Industry on Revenue's website, and it talks about better supporting mining businesses in understanding the complexities of payroll tax. Were we seeing an underpayment in the mining industry of payroll tax? What sort of provoked this explanation to be put up?
I'll need to take that one on notice. I'm aware of the page. I just want to make sure that I give you a fully accurate answer on that.
Okay.
One thing I could say, and this sort of lines up with the payroll tax contractor inquiry. Often a number of in the mining industry, particularly, you'll have mining service businesses that provide workers and things like that. When you have a particular industry that has that sort of model, sometimes it can be quite challenging if you don't have a state tax expert involved to understand all of your obligations and how the payments made through that corporation actually need to meet their payroll tax obligations.
Yeah.
Particularly, we've had, some of the bigger cases that we've had over the last couple of years on employment agents and contractors, so the Uber or International Trolley Management, which was the subject of some discussion in our last estimates. The provisions, the Act is quite small, but the provisions can be complex in the way that they are applied to those big group entities, which I believe is the reason behind some of the complaints or the need to provide more information on the website.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Does Revenue New South Wales have any sort of information sharing arrangements with iCare or CIRA in terms of total wages data in order to inform its compliance function?
I will need to check on the particular data sets. We do have a very large number of data sets, both at the state and federal level, that we're able to draw on when we're undertaking our compliance activity or to check information that taxpayers provide to us.
Because I understand that there's quite a big issue with the under-declaration of wages when it comes to how much is paid in iCare premiums. So I'm curious as to what level of sophistication there is with matching that against payroll data. But,
the only thing I'd one of the reasons that we need to draw on a number of information sets is references to worker or employee or wages can differ significantly between the different pieces of legislation. So for example, we were just talking about contract amounts paid under particular contracts. That's effectively fits into our wages net for payroll tax calculation, but wouldn't necessarily fit into, say, a mining company's net.
Yes, okay. So it's not necessarily, it might be illustrative if, iCare or whoever was looking at payroll data to then work out how much an entity should be paying, but not necessarily because it depends on the amount of contractors and everything else. So
that's right.
I understand. Okay. All right, that's very useful. I think one more question probably. Where are we concentrating our resources at the moment then in terms of debt collection? And, is there a particular, or I've just asked that and then I realise you probably don't want to tell me because it might be it's compromising your investigations, but is there a particular focus at the moment on particular types of companies or particular individuals in terms of compliance?
For compliance, let me take that on notice and I'll come back to you with what I can.
Okay. I understand that there was a change to the coal, and I can never say this, but beneficiation?
Beneficiation?
Thank you. No, still can't. I'll let you say it. There was a change to the rate from the 1st of July. What's the expected economic impact of that?
I believe that's something that's probably more of a Treasury
Yeah.
question than us.
Okay. Anyone? Any takers? No. Maybe take that on notice. All right. Okay. I think I might just leave it there. Thank you.
Ms Boyd, if there's time, just
Yes,
some extra
please.
information on your question regarding the Procurement Reform Working Group. I wanted to clarify, because there are several groups of similar names. That particular one is the Ministers' Working Group that met 4 times last year in October and November. It hasn't met this year. Questions relating to that would need to be referred to the Minister. Separately, there's the agency-level Procurement Reform Advisory Group, made up of government reps, and that's meets monthly. The last one was in August this year.
In August last year?
Yeah, this year. This year.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just go back to the guidelines question?
Yes.
So I think you were asking about the guidelines for the economic assessment of mining and coal seam gas proposals.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yep.
Yes.
So it is listed on the Treasury webpage under the TPGs, but DPI is listed as they're the agency that are actually responsible for that guidelines.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's very useful.
Ms Boyd, I can also answer on the beneficiation.
Yes, very good.
Chair, if that's
Yeah.
okay, thank you. So that refers to the allowable deductions, and that was increased in line with CPI last year. That was at the same time that the government introduced a new coal determination for royalties. So really the benefit of that is it updates and outlines to provide clarity to the industry about calculating the value of the resource so that the correct royalty can be paid.
So if there are discounts, for example, for when coal is washed and that kind of thing, are you able to
That's
provide
right, yes.
a sort of what that foregone revenue amount is?
I'll have to take the details
yeah.
on that
That'd be great.
on notice. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will probably primarily be directed through you, Ms Beattie or Ms Tripodi, and I'm happy for either or both, because they're just more in relation to sort of mining issues. Just back quickly to the issues around White Cliffs, and I appreciate what the Minister said earlier about these issues needing to be worked through and the timeframes, but I meant to ask the Minister, but didn't get a chance to, around some of the recommendations or issues around access management plans. And again, I understand the Minister has said that she will come back throughout the course of the year. But do you know if there's been any consultation with the White Cliffs miners, particularly about an access management plan for that region that you can share with me?
In particular, in relation to a particular property?
Just in general. My understanding is that the Miners Association out there are working on putting a plan together, or have done some work on that, which they say could go into the same act as the Lightning Ridge and Grau and Glengarry ones. And I wanted to better understand, I guess, the difference between those areas and if that would be possible to do, or what that looks like from a, I guess, departmental perspective.
Yeah, so look, without understanding the specifics, I can't really comment on that, but there are access management plans in place in the Lightning Ridge area, and in terms of White Cliffs, I'm not aware of one in particular, but Ms Tripodi, do you have anything to add on that?
They'd be referring to one that we provided them as a draft actually some time ago to assist them in their negotiations with the landholders.
Yeah.
But we would be looking in waiting for the New South Wales government response, because it does deal with a lot of land access related issues,
Yeah,
and then
there's a number
bring
of
that
recs.
consistency
Sure.
across both areas to facilitate those. There is differences between the way that it's been handled, managed in the past between White Cliffs and Lightning Ridge, so we would be looking to make those as consistent as is reasonable and appropriate. But I think the one you're referring to, we gave them a draft access management arrangement to use as a basis in their negotiations with individual landholders, which they have quite a good relationship with the majority of them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it's sort of more for my clarity than anything else, so it's good to get an understanding. And then I guess the issue around sort of buyback of land within the Mineral Claims District, again, I know it's another recommendation, but has there been any budget allocation for that at all for this financial year?
For which, sorry?
So one of the recommendations through the Sheehan review is that New South Wales Resources should set aside monies for the future buyback of land within the Mineral Claims District of White Cliffs. Is that something that there is funding available for you to do?
So there is no money being set aside in this year's budget for land buyback, but as the Minister outlined this morning, we are in the process of formalising and finalising the New South Wales Government response to that independent review. It was quite extensive, 81 recommendations, and it covers a whole range of land access related issues as well as regulatory issues and the way the government applies that regulation to support the miners out there and also provide confidence and certainty to the landholders. So all of that is going to be wrapped up in the government's response, which is coming together.
Okay, thank you, Ms Beattie. And then just one more on this one, just the conversations with the federal government in relation to some of these issues. Section 26C of the Federal Native Title Act, I think, is the one, and you're both nodding, so yes, that is causing some challenges. Is there any update, any further discussions that can be shared with the community out there about, I guess, your dealings with the federal agencies?
So we are feeding back very regularly to White Cliffs through the Miners Association on the progress of that matter. It is one of the native title pathways that is most appropriate in this case, and we have done, it's probably around 2 or more years' work in negotiating with all of the different parties to get to a point where we could then approach the Commonwealth Attorney General to seek that they make that determination under that Commonwealth legislation. We're at the point where all of the information is now with the Commonwealth, and we are just waiting. So the first people that I call when we get a position back or a decision will be the White Cliff Miners Association.
Yeah, so it's all with the federal government at the moment waiting
currently,
for that
yes, it is. We did have, obviously, change in Commonwealth Attorney General.
Yes.
So quite clearly we then needed to make sure that the right information was across with the Commonwealth. We've completed all of that. They have all the information that they should need now. So they do understand the importance of it, and they've been excellent with us. So
okay, thank you for that. I want to move on now to some of the areas around, I guess, overseas investors in the minerals industry here, and I know the Minister said that she's doing some work with Minister Chanthavong to look at, I guess, future investment in mining and exploration. Is there anything you can share, Ms Beattie, I guess, at a departmental level that you're doing with other agencies in that space specifically?
Yeah, sure. So, look, critical minerals is obviously a priority for the government. We have a strategy for critical minerals and high-tech metals. It's also recognised in the New South Wales Government's trade and investment strategy as well. And so that the strategy, the critical minerals strategy, outlines a range of commitments that the government is doing to really support investment. And as the Minister said this morning, it is highly competitive globally, and everyone wants the investment to come to their area. We're really lucky in New South Wales. We have 21 of the 31 critical minerals here. We have good resources in other high-tech metals as well. But it is, it does need a continued focus. We have the IMARC conference coming up in October. We use that to really leverage the people who come to Sydney to promote the opportunities for projects in New South Wales. Our geological survey is heavily focused on providing pre-competitive data to investors, to explorers, to help them try and access the resources that exist in New South Wales, hopefully for discovery. We have support for explorers where we co-fund some exploration activity, whether it's geophysics, drilling, geochemistry. We have a concierge, so we're doing a lot. Our royalty deferral scheme, which is something announced in this budget, we hope it's a new thing. We really hope that will take away some of the financial barriers to attract investment for some of those projects, because it will defer the royalty payment for up to 5 years. And financial contributions for these projects is a real challenge. So look, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of the projects and in New South Wales are talking globally. It's really a global industry. They're meeting with, governments around the world and investors around the world, and we offer our support whenever we can to try and get that industry cranking in New South Wales.
So just to draw into some of the specifics there, and the I think the Minister called it the small grants program, but effectively the support for the geophysics, drilling, geochemistry. My understanding is it only opened, I think, earlier this year. But is there any update in terms of the take-up of that particular program, successful applicants?
Yeah, so look, it's $2.5 million was allocated to that, which is, as I said, co-funding. We received, I'm just looking for the information here, we received, I think, it was oversubscribed, I would say, and the panel has gone through and reviewed that. I think, do I have it here? I can come back to the exact numbers, but it's in the process of assessment. So successful applicants have not been advised or in the process. I've just been told it's 85 applications that we received.
Someone's listening. That's good.
They're under
watching.
assessment. We're getting very close to be able to let the successful applicants know. But there's a lot of interest in that program, which is excellent. To support exploration in New South Wales.
Okay, because one of the things that I've sort of heard via colleagues and industry, some concerns about the drill permitting process when people are wanting to, I guess, take up those exploration opportunities. Is that something that's been raised with you by stakeholders as well, or not specifically?
Sorry, can you just repeat the...
So the drill permitting process, apparently, through the resource regulator. Some have said that has been a bit of a roadblock. I just didn't know if that's been raised with...
Look, it's really important that we assess thoroughly any environmental impacts, and we have a thorough process, but we are always looking to do that as effectively as possible. I might refer to Ms. Tripodi, who can talk with what we've been doing on that front.
Yes, I'm not aware of any roadblocks as such, but we do have quite a rigorous assessment in regards to once we issue an exploration licence, and I assume we're referring only to exploration, that once someone receives an exploration licence, it provides for a very base level, low disturbance ability to go out and do exploration. However, if they do require that higher level of approval, they'd have to put through an accessible prospecting operations application, and part of that process is us considering including under the EP&A Act and the SEP, for resources and energy, and making sure that based on the activity they're doing, we are comfortable that the environmental assessment is appropriate. There's also a range of other assessments done in issuing of the title as well around, their financial capability and are they the right people to be undertaking exploration in New South Wales? So I'm unclear of any roadblocks. I think potentially they're referring to the accessible prospecting operations application assessment process. We do have a very good customer service team that manage that process. We report against KPIs, and anyone that's having particular issues should reach out and just provide us some feedback. We're always looking at ways to improve that process, but really our obligation is to ensure that as the regulator, the assessment that is undertaken is done appropriately.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just to the royalty deferral scheme, again, I appreciate it's only new, but are applications open for that at the moment, or how does that work for companies? What's the process?
Yes, so there's no round of open applications, but we are talking with potential projects that may be eligible, and there is interest in that program, which is good to see.
So is it just ongoing, sort of open for?
Yes, that's right.
5 years or however long?
Yeah, there's
5 years?
guidelines about eligibility,
Sure.
and
Okay.
we're open and talking with projects. That may
Okay,
be
but none have sort of.
No one's been
been
approved
approved
under
yet,
the
but-
scheme at this
Sure.
stage.
And as I said, I appreciate it's only in its very early stages. The royalties for rejuvenation panels that I was asking the Minister about before, I just wanted to come back to that. So I think I was asking sort of what the cost had been to continue the payment for the members of the expert panels and how many people that is.
Yes, I have that information here. So I think we've discussed before that, and the Minister also referred this morning, that under the legislation, the panel members that were previously appointed continue to receive remuneration until the legislation is changed. And so that remuneration is $10,000 per annum for a chairperson and $5,000 per annum for other members of the panel. So the amount paid to panels in the previous financial year was $99,645.
Thank you. And how many people is that? How many panels were there?
So there are 4 panels.
Yeah. Okay.
So for the Hunter, we have 6 people, including the chair. For the Illawarra, we have 7. For the Central West, we have 5, and for the Northwest, we have 5 as well.
Thank you. And then I think the Minister sort of alluded to earlier that there's still some advice being sought from those individuals. What is there anything that they're sort of doing? And again, appreciate the legislative requirement to keep them engaged, but has there been any sort of direction or involvement with those panel members since they had their last formal meeting?
A couple of things. So the meeting in the Hunter that we referred to this morning, which was about the final model of the Future Jobs and Investment Authority, the chair of the Hunter panel was present at that event. But the Minister also wrote to the panel chairs this year asking for a summary of the work that they've been doing in accordance with where we're up to with the development of the Future Jobs and Investment Authority, and recognising the skills and expertise that those panel members have to help inform the work going forward.
Okay. And then for the new investment authorities, because obviously there's a lot of people with skill and expertise on those existing panels, so are they considered for those the new authorities? Do they apply? How does that work?
Yes, they will be eligible to apply. So we're not at that stage yet. The focus at the moment is on the legislation.
Yes.
And we're close to having that legislation drafted, and then following that, the regulations will be developed, and the authority will exist as a statutory body, including the appointment of a statutory CEO, and then there are 4 divisions, and so the divisions with a focus on the Hunter and the Central West will be established, and membership of those divisions will be worked through at that time.
Okay, and then the legislation, I can't remember if the Minister said, is that coming in this year? Is that the intention, or a matter for government?
That's the intention, to have it introduced this year.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one more, again through to you, if I can, Ms Beattie, just in relation to the job, I guess job cuts is what I'll call it, but obviously within DPIRD, and we talked about this yesterday with the Agriculture Minister as well. What impact are those, and I understand it's at a draft sort of change management process was the terminology that was used, but what impact is that going to have on Resources New South Wales?
So look, as part of the change management process for the department, New South Wales Resources also has a change management plan. It is quite limited. For us, the focus is on a 4 staff at the Londonderry Core Library in Western Sydney. And the focus and the proposal is really to create, delimit 4 roles, so 4 impacted roles, but the creation of 5 new roles, so it's actually an additional 1 role, really designed to make sure that we can deliver the critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy. That core library holds core from mines right across the state, and it's available for mining companies to come and test some of that core, understand what is really as an investment opportunity, and we'd like to use that core library and transform it into a centre of excellence to support education and training for the future skills of for the critical mineral sector. We have a change management plan that we're consulting on at the moment, which will really help make sure we've got the right skills located at that facility to help support that vision.
So, and I appreciate what you're saying for sort of delimiting. It's odd terminology, I understand how you, but then 5 roles being created.
Yeah.
How many staff are currently at that core library in Londonderry?
I'll have to confirm that. I'm sure the team will jump in with that any minute.
Okay.
It is more than 5.
Yep.
But really, the focus is on. There's minimal impact to the budget for us. The change plan is really making sure we can focus on that priority of delivering the strategy with a focus on skills.
Okay.
It's really about supporting education and training, and some of those, I'm just seeing what I've got here. It's repurposing to be more about education support. There's 9 total staff there,
Okay.
and so 4 of those 9 are impacted by the change plan, with a focus of 5 new roles, so an increase of 1 to support that vision of education and training.
And then I guess just in terms of those final decisions, does that sit with you or Mr. Orr as the Secretary of DPIT? Like, who signs off on that final decision once a determination has been made?
So Mr. Orr is the Secretary of the department, and we sit within the department.
Okay. And then in terms of ministerial consultation, I think the draft documents indicate that there was some consultation at ministerial level. Is that something you had discussed with Minister Houssos in terms of that sort of priority for that area?
Minister Houssos is aware, yes, of the changes and the focus of the changes about delivering the critical minerals strategy, but the budget and working with the budgets department is a matter for the department.
Yeah, okay. That's all I had, Chair, but Damien, are we just going to use some crossbench time?
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay.
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
You want to come back to me?
I do.
Good.
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, in response to, I have some answers for a couple of your questions. First one was in relation to payroll tax for businesses between $1.2 and $1.5 million. For 24-25 year, there were 3,856 payers, businesses, and the amount of payroll tax they paid was $96.25 million, approximately, of course. The second one was in relation to first home buyer audits. So there is a dedicated compliance team. The way they undertake their activity is a combination of targeted checks and analytics. And the analytics is aimed at comparing the data that's provided in first home buyer applications against other data sets that we have. We also, surprisingly, or maybe not so, receive a number of dob-ins on people who have applied for the first home buyer and turn out not to be living in those properties.
Yep. Good. In July this year, there was a Treasury circular requiring interest to be limited to 25%. Is that the current understanding in relation to the remission of interest for failure to pay?
Are you speaking about the interest remission guidelines?
Correct.
Not quite. Not quite.
Okay.
So the... Do you want the long version or the very long version?
I'll go with the long version. Well, I take it as Juan's case. Juan?
That was one of the elements that we needed to take into consideration. Excuse me. A little while back, there were some legislative amendments that were introduced into the Taxation Administration Act to try and basically drag the treatment of interest and penalties back to the initial intention of the legislation. The position in New South Wales has largely been unchanged since the legislation was brought in, but maybe it's easiest to start with an outline of how the legislation deals with underpayments of tax. There's generally 3 consequences of that. The first is, if you don't pay your tax on time, you have to pay interest. Now, depending on the reason for that, you may also pay penalty tax. And if you've engaged in particular bad behaviours, like
premium,
providing false or misleading information, you have a particular punishment. Now, the legislative changes said, look, when you're looking at interest and penalties, they have to be considered separately. And that's, I believe, perfectly appropriate because they have very different purposes.
Yep.
Penalty tax is a punishment.
Yep.
Right? It's saying you've done the wrong thing and this is the consequences.
Yep.
Interest is not a punishment. Interest is meant to cover the costs of government, not only for the lost money or the borrowed money they had to cover, they had to take out in order to cover underpayments that they've budgeted on, but also to try and cover the lost opportunities that they otherwise would have had if they'd been paid on time. Now, interest in New South Wales is made up of 2 components. Right? There's only one set of interest, one rate of interest. But in working out what that is, the legislation sets out a premium component and a market component. The market component is based on the Reserve Bank 90-day bank bill rate, bank accepted bill rate. That can be very low. The other one is a fixed rate of 8%. Now that's the premium component. Now, the courts quite consistently in New South Wales have taken the view that the 8% is punitive in nature, or penal in nature, I should say. That doesn't equate to it being a penalty, notwithstanding the similarity of the terms. Right, and there's, at various times, even though it is somewhat of a blunt instrument, it's a model that's adopted in just about all other state and territory jurisdictions in Australia, not WA, they have a different process, and also similar to the ATO. Right? The ATO has a fixed component of 7%, we have 8%. They used to be 8%, and they dropped it to 7%. Right? The reasons for that, you'd need to go back and speak to the Federal Treasury. Now, I have a wealth of information here I'm willing to share with you on this, but one of the reasons that I'm well versed in it is I've had a number of conversations on this particular point, particularly about whether or not the idea of the full rate of interest could be treated as a punishment, which I very much believe is not the case. The importance...
Well, there's an element of intentionality involved, isn't there?
Say that again, sorry?
An element of intentionality.
For a penalty?
Penalty.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But see, if what we're looking at here, and this is where the real debate around what's the appropriate rate of interest comes up, should it merely be recompensing the government for the government's borrowing costs, or should it be a form of compensation for the lost opportunities? The IMF has grappled with this, and the IMF has taken the view that it should be any properly developed interest and penalty regime in a tax system should take account of the lost opportunities. Similarly, even at the High Court level, the High Court has taken the view that, albeit in a contract case, there was a case, Pakioko versus ANZ Bank Group. It's a 2016 case where they were looking at what would be the appropriate rate of compensation. And of course, as you well know, Mr. Tudor Hope, if your contract imposes a penalty, then that part of your contract will be struck down, absolutely. But what the High Court said was, in that context, in that commercial context, taking account of your lost opportunities is not enough for something to be a penalty. Right? Now, this doesn't cut across the Supreme Court's comments that the market rate, that the premium component is penal in nature, right? It's coercive in nature. I think it's well understood that is in fact the case. But that doesn't mean that it is actually doubling up the effect under the Tax Administration Act of the penalty tax provisions. It's not. And to give you an example, I pulled some numbers together. Obviously, the numbers of the different rates change over time. But we go back to, what was it? March 2024. March 2024, if the government had the money on hand and if they had decided that they didn't want to spend it on nurses or police or infrastructure or any of the other... They would give it to T Corp. Very good. You didn't get an advance copy of this paper I prepared, did you, Mr. Tudor? They would give it to T Corp, and the rate that New South Wales T Corp Long-Term Growth Fund had on the 1 year rate of return at that time was 14.24%. The interest rate, both the market rate and the premium component at the same time, was 12.38%. So even with the full interest rate chargeable under the Tax Administration Act, that would not fully compensate the government for the return they would have had if they'd been paid on time and had deposited the money with T Corp.
I think I get the picture.
Well done, Mr. Smythe.
That's,
best ever answer.
Thank you, Chair. That's high praise.
I think Damien's enjoying this too much.
Well,
encourage him, Chair.
You shouldn't encourage him. You can encourage him. It's part of your job, Mr. Mintz. Ms. Campbell, where are we up to on formulating the government's position in relation to ESL?
That's a question for my colleague, Ms. Carter.
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you for that. As you would be aware, they did go out with a consultation paper back in, I think it was 2024. Sorry, you'll just have to, because I'm stepped in for Joanne at the last minute, so let me just get up to speed. And so the team have been consulting with the different stakeholders, taking on some of the feedback from that, and they've been, undertaking the analysis from the consultations to, undertake how, if the government did proceed with it, how they could design the actual ESL reform.
Had the valuation component of the analysis been done yet?
You mean the valuation
We
of
had
the
asked the
site?
councils to engage in a valuation process.
Yep, just let me find. So, yeah, I think the councils have been approached. Yeah, so my understanding is data has been requested from the insurance companies and the local councils to start doing some, preliminary analysis of kind of site-by-site valuations. When I was here a week ago, I think it was your colleague asked about CIV. So they've been doing unimproved land value work, but yeah, they haven't progressed with the CIV.
They haven't done it on an improved?
No, that would be very complicated and require a lot of resources, and until it progresses further, they wouldn't, Treasury wouldn't progress with that work.
Well, it's an interesting roadblock, I think. But anyway, in terms of the modelling of this, I take it that revenue will then, in the event that this proceeds to legislation, revenue will be charged with the collection of the ESL levy, will they not?
I'm not aware of any
Is that
decision.
your understanding, Mr. Mintz, is that in terms of the projected workload for revenue, that part of your projected workload will include collection of emergency services levy?
Subject to an eventual decision of government.
Well, that's right. But, are you preparing potentially staff for that eventuality?
We have a small team that's been working on the matter.
Are you part of the team to being put in place for the purposes of making sure that when this is rolled out, there will be a collection process and revenue will in fact be engaged in that collection process?
Dependent on the type of decision that's ultimately made by government.
If in fact it is made.
Yep, that's correct.
Can I just go now?
I have a piece of information to one of your further questions,
good.
Mr. Tudor. You asked, the number we didn't have related to payroll tax audits was the amount of additional revenue that was collected as a result of those compliance activities. So in financial year 23-24, that additional revenue was 327.1 million. And in 24-25, it was 372.69 million.
Thank you.
And on your first home buyer's choice scheme, so I referenced the number of properties as 8123 and the number of individuals as 13,844. The number of individuals that remain in the program is 7365. I think that last number is the one I didn't have. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Gadiel, I think the Minister may have indicated a figure for this, but can you confirm what the total expenditure on procurement by the government was for 24-25?
Yes, Mr. Tudor, hope I can confirm that it's 42.5 billion for 24-25.
Thank you.
That includes both expenses and capital expenditure.
Thank you. Of that total expenditure in each year, are you able to break up the categories of procurement into goods and services, construction, small and medium enterprises, and from suppliers in New South Wales?
I can give you some of it if you give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
So in 23-24, the total expenditure, sorry, I think it's 24-25, the total expenditure is, hang on. No, it's 23-24 numbers. The total expenditure was 42.5 billion. The component on construction is 16.9 billion, and the component on goods and services is 25.5 billion.
I think the Minister gave a figure in relation to the expenditure on small and medium enterprises of 10 billion.
Yeah, so the expenditure on small and medium enterprises for 23-24 is 10.1 billion.
10.1?
10.1.
And from suppliers in New South Wales as opposed to external suppliers?
Yeah, the suppliers in New South Wales number is 29.2 billion. So that's suppliers with a registered place of business in New South Wales.
Thank you. you'll be aware of the provision commonly referred to as the offsets provision, which was contained in the Enforceable Procurement Provisions Direction 2019. It was Clause 9. Are you aware of that provision? I think it's been deleted in 2024. I can remind you of it that
I have to confess I'm unfamiliar with it.
The relevant provision prohibited a government agency. A government agency must not seek, take account of, or impose or enforce any offset at any stage of a procurement. And then note clause. Potential. You probably won't be able to answer my subsequent question if you're not aware of the provision. Are you aware, Ms. Carter, of the?
Ms. Campbell may be aware.
She may well
I
be.
may be able to help you as this was my portfolio responsibility at the time.
I seem to recall that.
Do my best to remember.
So you're aware that provision has now been deleted?
Yes.
I just wonder whether you can identify how many government procurements have taken into account of, imposed or enforced any condition or undertaking that requires the use of domestic content, domestic supply, the licensing of technology transfer, investment trade, or similar actions to encourage local development in Australia or to improve Australia's balance of payments accounts, other than those always exempt under Schedule 3 of the direction. Now I come to my question. This offset direction, which has been deleted, can you give me a number of contracts which have been entered into as a result of the deletion of that provision?
I wouldn't be able to give you that number, and I'm not sure that we would be tracking that data. I think, as we discussed previously in this forum, Mr. Tudor-Hope, the EPP direction was something that was unique to New South Wales, that sought to bring together in one place the sort of highest bars of all the international agreements, and therefore was within the prerogative of the Procurement Board to remove particular provision. But I think, with the development of new policies under the Minister around local content, etc., that would be data that is now being tracked, which Mr. Gadiel might have some more recent knowledge of than me.
So the deletion, there's no data which you can point to which gives some examples of where the deletion of that provision has in fact benefited suppliers in New South Wales.
Well, my expectation, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is that agencies would still be complying with international obligations to the extent relevant, whilst balancing, the direction of this government in terms of procurement policy.
So they've got to comply with both?
I believe so, yes.
You want me to keep going?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Please keep going, Mr.
Thank you.
Tudor-Hope.
Okay. Mr. Gadiel, what work has currently been done on giving effect to the government's election commitment to apply a minimum 30% weighting to New South Wales government tenders worth more than $7.5 million that captures local content, job creation, small business and ethical supply chains?
So it's the subject of ongoing procurement reform work by my team. It's obviously an election commitment or a commitment from the government. It's also under consideration by government and subject to cabinet considerations. So I probably can't say a lot more without revealing deliberations of cabinet.
So it's been to cabinet?
I can't say, except to say that it's subject to the considerations of cabinet. Yeah.
Is that your interpretation of cabinet? Is someone given you that direction in relation to
it's
policy
genuinely my view that the matter is under consideration by government, and therefore I'm constrained in terms of talking any more about what advice I'm giving to the government on that matter, except to say that it is subject to ongoing consideration and discussions and consultations within government.
Well, I just want to explore that a bit more with you. I'm unaware of why a policy position which is being developed, which hasn't been to Cabinet, constrains you from discussing the work which you are doing.
Well, if it's prepared for the consideration of Cabinet, then
how do you know?
Because that's my understanding of the status of the work stream.
Well, I'm at a loss to understand at what point a policy work which you potentially do moves into the category of Cabinet in confidence, as opposed to a work which is being done by the department to potentially provide to a minister for consideration.
So work that will support the government in its Cabinet deliberations falls under the Cabinet in confidence, and this is my understanding. This falls into that category, and so I'm unable really to talk to you a lot more about what advice we've been giving to the government on that.
I must say that's an entirely new interpretation. Is there any document which supports that position that you can point to?
Well, I'd probably refer to the Cabinet guidance documents on the TCO website, set out the considerations. So my understanding is this would fall firmly within the guidance published by the Cabinet Office.
And it identifies documents and work being done which has not been to Cabinet as Cabinet in confidence.
Absolutely. If it's intended for the consideration of Cabinet, then
at what point do you know whether it's intended for the consideration of Cabinet?
Well, if we're told that it will go to Cabinet, if it's our understanding that it will go to Cabinet, then it falls under that Cabinet in confidence.
Has this particular position which has been adopted in relation to policy provisions been drawn to your attention recently?
I'd have to... sorry, which position?
Well, what you're telling me now...
Yes.
In relation to...
No, it hasn't. No, it's my understanding of the protocols of government.
Has there been any internal discussion about those protocols in recent times?
No, not at all. I mean, it's sort of the daily bread of someone in central government, separating out what is consideration of Cabinet, what is standard work. It's something that we're deeply familiar with.
Yeah. Well, what I might do is ask you this. Can you, on notice, provide me with an answer to what particular provisions you rely on to assert the policy considerations by Treasury are in fact Cabinet in confidence, and when that Cabinet in confidence provision in relation to a policy position is triggered?
Well, generally when it's prepared for the consideration of Cabinet, so it goes into a Cabinet template. It's understood because it's, say, for example, a business case or a regulatory impact statement prepared for Cabinet consideration. The full intent of that work is to go to Cabinet, and therefore it clearly falls into the Cabinet.
So the trigger is when you start to insert material into a Cabinet template,
or you are preparing it with the specific intention of taking it to Cabinet.
And how do you know that particular?
Well, it's a matter of intent. So generally we would document that, we would delimit and mark the material, we would have our emails, we would store it with the right delimiters indicating that it was subject to cabinet consideration.
So, in relation to this particular procurement policy, did someone instruct you that this would be going to cabinet?
I don't know that anyone instructed me. When I've arrived, I've always been of the understanding that it's a matter for the consideration of cabinet.
I'll just move on to something else, but I may come back to this issue. And you may refuse again to answer these questions on the basis that you take the view that they are cabinet in confidence, but I'll ask them anyway. Will this new tender weighting replace or be in addition to the existing weightings relating to small and medium enterprises and regional policy?
So I would refer you to the Minister's answer to that question this morning, that was something that she was considering.
So no decision, as far as you're aware, has been taken in relation to that?
I'd again refer you to the Minister's answer in the session this morning in relation to that point.
Well, are you able to take us through the issues which arise in relation to adopting the new 30% weighting?
So, as you would know, the 30% weighting, according to the statements by the Minister, includes both the local content provisions, but also some of the social objectives and broader economic objectives of the government. We also have committee inquiry recommendations that talk to the issue of value for money. So working through how those things are reconciled is definitely part of the considerations that have applied.
Yep. So,
just, Mr.
sorry.
Tudor, we're at the break. Do you have much more after the break? Should we have afternoon tea, or you got much more?
I haven't got much more. But if you want to have a break, you
It's only 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes? 10-minute break?
The staff
the afternoon tea?
Yeah.
All right, we'll just have a 10-minute recess, or it's 50, it has to be 15. We have to have a 15-minute recess.
Have to have a 15 minutes, sorry.
Come have a cup of tea.
There's tea available.
You get a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Have a cup of tea.
Have a cup of
tea. It's for everyone. It's We have the Hansard and the AV switched on. Hansard is up and running. We will recommence. I think I've got to go to the opposition, don't I? Yeah, we'll recommence with the opposition before I hand over the crossbench.
Mr. Gadiel, you gave me some figures for 23-24 in relation to expenditure.
Yes.
When will the 24-25 figures be available?
They're still being compiled and they're subject to further work and quality assurance, but they'll be available within the next quarter.
Within
yes.
the next quarter, so by the end of December, I think you're telling me.
Yeah, well, probably before then, not
Well,
but
you'd
in
have
the
to
next month or two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
certainly you would have thought they'd be available before the half-yearly review.
Yeah, yes, they'd be this side of Christmas, absolutely.
Can I just, I was asking some questions of Mr. Gadiel in relation to policy position being adopted by the government in respect of one of its election commitments, and asking him details, and he gave me some answers, Ms. Campbell, in relation to the policy position of government, that policies being considered by agencies which have the potential to go to Cabinet at that point automatically Cabinet in confidence. Is that your understanding?
Is that a question for me?
Perhaps Mr. Gadiel wants to clarify that before I...
Sure.
Yeah, so I'd refer you to the response...
Clause 2.3, are you?
That Kate Boyd gave
Yes.
you on the 20th in these estimates regarding the status of Cabinet in confidence. I think we can probably take that as the most definitive position.
So what you are asserting in terms of the answers you're giving today, that you're relying on Kate Boyd's position. I think she references the Cabinet deliberations. I think it's clause 2.3. Is that what she has referred you to?
So I'm not an expert on this and by no means a lawyer, and so I rely on the Cabinet Office's interpretation of this, but my understanding is the upshot of the position that Kate put was that if something reveals a position that a minister puts to Cabinet or a position taken to Cabinet, then it's considered Cabinet in confidence.
And potentially there's some force in that, but this is material work that I've been asking you about in terms of the policy positions and the various considerations which you are taking to those policy positions. And it's not nothing secret here. Is that the government has a policy position in relation to applying a 30% weighting for to capture a local content and job creation. That's nothing secret about that. I'm just was asking about how that policy position was being considered and potentially implemented. Now, there's nothing been to Cabinet yet. Has it been to Cabinet?
I can say it's definitely under consideration of Cabinet. Yes, which is constrains my capacity to be able to talk to you more fulsomely about the nature of the advice that we've given.
You obviously you received in the break advice in relation to strengthen your position in relation to the issues that I was putting to you. So I'll give you a position opportunity, Ms. Kemp. Was that your understanding?
Yeah, I agree with what Mr. Gadiel has said and the evidence that Ms. Boyd gave in these estimates
What
hearings.
do you say is the trigger for it actually becoming a Cabinet in confidence?
Well, the principle, as I understand it, is that if it reveals the considerations of a minister or the considerations of the government, then it would attract Cabinet in confidence.
Well, that can be a wide variety of things, could it not?
Certainly can, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
There might be 10 or 15 options which are being considered. So all of those are Cabinet in confidence, you say?
Well, again, there's always nuance, and the agency, being asked to return documents would have to take into account, what would constitute cabinet in confidence and what does not in the particular circumstances.
Well, in relation to documents, we may have to test that, and probably will be testing that. But I have to say that in terms of being able to, in this forum here, being able to talk about the work which the agency is doing to develop a commitment, I find it an extraordinary that it should be covered by a notion of cabinet in confidence in circumstances where it is merely an articulation at this stage of what is being considered by the agency.
Remember, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that the agency is acting on the direction of the Minister, and so that is advice being provided by the agency to the Minister to inform positions that the Minister may take to Cabinet.
Well, say they don't go to Cabinet. Say in 12 months' time we're back here and I'm asking you these same questions, never been to Cabinet. Are you still going to, would it still be the case that you could rely on Cabinet in confidence?
I think we'd have to deal with that question in 12 months' time, Mr. Tudor-Hope, yeah.
Well, I just wonder what the parameters of this are. At what point does it stop being a cabinet in confidence position?
That would be a very good question, I would suggest, for the Cabinet Office.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Gettle?
At what
stage does this work that you're doing at the moment stop being cabinet in confidence?
I think it's a valid question, and I think the degree of confidentiality changes over time, and I think obviously government announcements ease the degree to which matters remain in confidence. But at this stage, the Minister's indicated her position and she's indicated her considerations, and at this point in time...
let me put this to you. I asked these identical questions in February this year, or similar questions to this, and I received answers. Today I get no answers. What has changed?
I just refer you to the Minister's response to these questions this morning.
So what has changed is that you're saying the Minister has given a response?
I would just say that...
And characterises now her policy positions as being cabinet in confidence. Because we got answers in February, in September we get no answers.
I can't comment on what the Minister said in February versus now, but I can say the Minister gave her position this morning, and that would be the position that I would...
Is it the case that at some point someone will tell you when it's no longer cabinet in confidence?
Well, once the government makes its decisions and announcements are made, then obviously they enter the public domain and they're no longer cabinet in confidence.
No. It makes this process a bit hard to go through, but in response to Dr. Kane's learned report, recommendation 12 of the inquiry said that the New South Wales government will consult with relevant government agencies to identify what certification schemes for social enterprises are available for adoption and what potential targets could be established.
Yes.
So in the 8 months since the handing down of that report and the making of that commitment, have any such certification schemes been identified? And has any work been done on suitable specific targets for procurement from social enterprises?
Yes. So we have made it. We've moved to a new certifier for social enterprises, which is aligned with international standards. Those being that the enterprise must exist to solve a social or environmental problem. It prioritises their purpose over profit in operational decisions and have a self-sustaining revenue model, as well as reinvesting in the majority of any surplus towards their purpose, and choose legal structures and financing that protect and lock in purpose long term. And consistent with that definition, we have identified CEFA as the certifier for social enterprises, and we have WeConnect as
the certifier for women-owned enterprises.
Does that have to go to Cabinet?
No, they don't need to go to Cabinet.
Isn't it part of the same policy positions?
So they're policies that have been implemented through the Procurement Board and its capacity to make policy on behalf of government.
Can I ask you this in relation to the if not, why not policy? Has any further work been done on identifying a more robust approach to identifying local New South Wales suppliers other than by postcode of the principal place of business registered with an ABN?
We are exploring opportunities to apply other tests for a local business, but as you can imagine, it's quite challenging to know exactly where a business is primarily located, and at this stage the primary test is its ABN registration. But we do leverage other information, so if we know that the business is merely registered in New South Wales but primarily operates elsewhere, then we would make an adjustment to the data where that's drawn to our attention.
For the moment, I won't ask any further questions. There you go. Okay.
You're done, Mr. Tudhope. Thank you. Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is about the Auditor General's report into Resources Regulator mining rehabilitation, and in that, on regulating mine rehabilitation, I've just got some questions about a few things that was contained in that report. Firstly, the Auditor General found that there were potential issues with potential conflict of interest duties, or conflict of duties potentially, that it said, due to the integration of the Resources Regulator under New South Wales Resources. And the report states that the regulator removed its guidelines stating that it had clear separation from industry development activities in February 2025. So why was that change made, firstly?
Thank you. So I might kick off the answer to that question and then hand over to Ms. Tripodi, who's here for the Resources Regulator.
Mm-hmm.
So the Audit Office recommendations have been supported in full by the government, which includes a review of our governance processes. But what I would say is that we have very clear delegated decision making for compliance and enforcement decisions. We have a number of measures in place with panels that are make decisions delegated from the Secretary, a whole lot of policies in relation to that specific, which is reference that you make into the document. That was done within the branch of the Resources Regulator, and Jamie can talk to that one.
Thank you, Ms. Tripodi.
It was an update of, my understanding is an update of website content, and it was removed because it was considered to no longer be completely accurate, needed updating in relation to the content of it and how it explained the way that the regulator operates, which has no reference at all to its independency. It was just updated in regard to the terminology when we did a review of the website. So it had become a less, I guess, critical document in regards to the people that were accessing it.
So the report states that when the regulator was made part of New South Wales Resources back in May 2021, a decision of the former government, the coalition, which is a concern in itself. But you're saying at that point that were you around at that point at that time? Firstly, Ms. Tripodi.
Not in the regulator, no.
And so, are you suggesting that the statement that was in the regulator's previous compliance and enforcement approach guideline, that it is a standalone regulator created to ensure that the regulatory functions of the department have clear separation from industry development activities that should have been removed in May 2021.
No, what I'm saying is that there's been no change to the way the regulator functions at all, just that the website content was updated. I wasn't involved in the decision to remove that, but there's been absolutely no change to the way that the regulator, since when that information was removed, that the regulator has operated. And that's through a very clear framework of delegations around decision making and a separation of those decision-making functions between different aspects where appropriate across the department.
Yep.
So as the Executive Director of the Resources Regulator, the very, very large majority of decisions pertaining to particularly compliance and regulatory functions are all made by myself.
And if I can just add to that, the regulator functions have always been in the same department as the policy functions for resources. That didn't change in 2021. That's always been the case since the establishment of the regulator, and that is not uncommon with other policy and regulatory functions across government in all sorts of portfolios. But the recommendation by the Audit Office is obviously something that's supported, and the department is reviewing its governance framework to make sure that with the controls that we have in place, and there are many, are appropriate, and to make sure that to manage any perceived risks.
So in terms of the Auditor General's recommendations, which you said the government supports in full, the Auditor General does note that the department, the regulator, the shift towards the conscious decision, it states, to focus on implementing the rehabilitation reforms and the reduction in the number of notices issued by the regulator to the leaseholders of large mines, the significant decline in that. So what's the department doing in terms of accepting that recommendation going forward?
Well, that, though the numbers and the notices, my understanding is that was only during the period of transition and the change management of getting everybody in line with the new requirements. We've returned to our usual program of compliance, which is a significant number of site inspections. We have a targeted audit program, and our compliance priorities is a published document that is on our website. We publish that 6 monthly.
Okay. Going back to the issue of the Broken Hill lead contamination, whose responsibility is it to clean up the lead contamination around Broken Hill, to remediate the works? As I think there's a strategy document or a plan in terms of part of the inter-agency Broken Hill lead response group. That is different strategies. I understand one of them is remediation, soil remediation. So who's responsible for that work and for monitoring it?
Did you want to talk about the whole of government stuff first?
Sure, I'm happy to kick off with that. There is a whole of government response to lead in Broken Hill, and that is, I guess there are different agencies represented on that group with different remits. So lead pollution and lead, community levels of lead is overseen by the Environment Protection Authority. Our role, and Jamie can talk to specifically the Resources Regulator, which is related to the rehabilitation of mine sites and also lead as it impacts workers. So, and obviously remediation is really, and the rehabilitation of current mine sites is very relevant to any dust that is created and works alongside the Environment Protection Authority's licensing for dust. But the lead response group is chaired by the Premier's Department and New South Wales Health, the EPA. There's a range of agencies
the question more so, I suppose, is the remediation of the any sites by the mining companies which would be the regulator, I assume, that does that. Not, and I'm not talking about the EPA, what they would do, although I'm not sure much is happening in terms of literally remediating the soil. So just wondering if what's going on
If it's
with
on the
that.
mine sites and it's related to existing mining operations, then yes, the regulator would investigate and work across agencies. We work very closely with the EPA. So it'd be both.
So
EPA have a responsibility in regards to which you're obviously
So
aware
on
of.
the mine site, so if you've got, so it's very clear from the reports that the dust is not just on the mine site. The dust is being spread throughout the town, depending on how the wind blows and other things. And it's very clear from tests undertaken, for example, in public parks, that there are very high levels of lead in various places. So you're saying that the mining company, just wondering who is responsible for this in terms of payment as well, do they not have to worry about that?
It would depend site by site and exactly what the issue is.
So in Broken Hill?
Those mines, those existing mines would have environmental protection licenses if they were a large mine. The requirement for them in regards to pollution is the EPA.
Yeah, I'm talking about
oversees that.
remediation, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm talking about remediation, rehabilitation, the obligations on mining companies to clean up their mess. That's part of your responsibility,
Yes.
isn't it?
If it to do with the mine site, yes. If it's in
So
relation
just to
to
be-
rehabilitation and remediation, but we do cross over very closely with EPA.
So just to be clear, it sounds like, because the community's asking me about this, it sounds like when you're saying if it's to do with the mine site, that the dust, with lead in it, once it leaves that mine site, makes its way into different areas like public parks and streets, residential streets and everywhere else, the mine doesn't have to do anything.
No, it's not that the mine doesn't have to do anything. It's that it
It becomes
depends.
the responsibility of the EPA.
It depends on the regulatory authority, but we would work with them to ascertain what was the causation of the
Are
issue.
you working with them though?
We're
now?
always working with the EPA. I can take on notice that Broken Hill specific, what actions have occurred, or just the current status of that group. However, we work with them consistently and constantly on these sites.
Yeah.
Until we ascertain exactly the causation of it, of a contamination event or some sort of pollution event. Workers are a different story. Workers are definitely, lead levels for workers are us, absolutely. We have a very set framework in regards to management of that, which I can provide you a bit of an overview if you'd like.
We will come to that in a second, actually, because I am interested in that. Just to finish this off, so Ms. Beattie, when did you become aware? I raised this report before. I've raised it a little bit in budget estimates, this whole session of budget estimates with different ministers. Is the report, 2019 report by Mark Taylor, the State of the Science report in relation to Broken Hill lead. When did you first become aware of that report?
Last week I learned that you were asking questions about this report, and I've since understood that it was published and made available in 2023. I think, am I aware of lead contamination in Broken Hill? Yes. And as we've discussed, the role as a whole of government focus, our focus is on mine sites, and rehabilitation is directly related obviously to the level of disturbed land, which creates dust, and the EPA licence those operations as well. But levels of lead in Broken Hill are not a new thing. There is a high level of lead in the soil in Broken Hill. There is a very long history of mining and lots of exposed land in Broken Hill.
Just to put kind of map this out a little bit more. So, New South Wales Resources is a part of the Broken Hill Lead Response Group. They got a presentation on this report years ago. It's also a part of a subgroup of the response group called the Remediation Working Group, I understand. Is that correct? There's a remediation working group as part of...
Yes, that's
So
correct.
that group has to consider... Do you know about that group firstly, Ms Tripodi?
I am aware of the group,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
So that group has to consider the recommendations of Mark Taylor's State of the Science report. I've seen the briefs that have the different recommendations. So it's not just a random academic report I'm just, obsessed with. Like, it is key to the work in terms of cleaning up lead in Broken Hill. There's a recommendation, which is recommendation 4, which is identifying and reducing emissions, determine and set an acceptable trigger value for lead in deposited dust, and introduce environmental licensing regulations limiting lead in deposited dust. Is anything being done on that one, for example? And there's another one that's just very clear around needing to reduce the level of lead in the soil if there is any hope to reduce the blood lead level in children's blood. Isn't that serious enough to know about this report and what the regulator is doing about it? I'll go to you, Ms Tripodi, actually, if you say you know about it.
I'm aware of the different groups, yes, and I've become aware of that report this week and had a look at it, but I think we should take on notice existing work around that space, just because I'm not across that level of detail. And
It's really a matter for the EPA and New South Wales Health, and I believe
There's an
you asked
interagency
questions.
group though,
Yeah.
and the resources regulated, just like it is responsible for rehabilitation as well. And I've been asking all the departments, and everybody's kind of flicking it around. And I think the interagency group was established because it's such a serious issue, because all the kids have got blood lead levels, like 40% of them or something, that are too high. You know what blood does to kids? It literally stunts their learning and development. And everybody's saying it's someone else's responsibility, and the agency sat on this report for 4 years. Not good enough, really, is it?
We'll take that as a comment.
Yeah, I would
unfortunately.
refer you to the EPA, who commissioned the report, and the details that Mr. Chappell spoke about on Friday in relation to that report.
There was one other issue. So I'll put some... let's go back to lead levels in workers. Another great, happy issue that you're dealing with. So in terms of lead levels in workers, the question I asked before with the Minister,
Yes.
the 33 notifications. So firstly, is there, in lead mining regions, is there a program of every worker tested regularly for lead levels?
so there's a range of things that we do, and the regulator is very heavily involved. That is obviously a very clear key area of our responsibility is the WHS of our mine workers. So in regards to lead risk, we do have a couple of different types of notification, but we do also work, and this is not, it's definitely clearly our responsibility, but we work very, very closely with health, the Ministry of Health and the local regional health areas, because they receive particular level notifications from pathology companies as well. So it's important that we're all working together around information. From the regulator's perspective, we get 2 different types of notifications. We get the lead risk work notifications, which is where lead risk work's carried out on site, defined by blood lead levels, and you'd be aware that it's micrograms per decilitre. I usually stuff that up every time. But if they exceed 5 for females of reproductive age or 20 for other workers, then yes, we are notified. The other notification is a removal notification, which is potentially what you were referring to earlier today, where if a blood lead level exceeds 10 for females of reproductive age and 30 for other workers, then they do get formally removed from that work that has been identified as lead risk. The companies are obligated to... There's a range of, they have a lead management plan or strategy, we audit those very regularly, and we also, when we get a notification, will undertake an investigation. So the sorts of things looked at is, air monitoring, making sure they've got change room facilities so there's not contamination from their work clothes into other environments, training in how to properly use their PPE, and just the usual whole surveillance. So yes, they are required to have blood tests.
They are required to have blood
So
tests?
there's blood
Is this like
tests and
annual or?
Sorry, what was that?
How does that take place? The requirement for blood testing, it's done by the company?
Yes,
regularly?
by the company, and it's part of their lead management strategy. And it's when they're in roles that are identified, where they've done that risk assessment and identified that there is a risk of lead becoming an issue for those workers.
So this is in, just to be clear, so this is in, say, gold mining, because that has lead. When you're saying, so it's in every mine where there is a potential?
Yes, so I think it's quite often lead is mixed in. And I'm no geologist, but lead is mixed in with the other, the other metallics that they're searching for as well. So, or it's a byproduct. So in all of those mines, they're required to undertake that.
Okay. I might put just some questions on notice in terms of some of the statistics around that.
Yes.
So the resources regulator, it's a similar role, is it, for silicosis in mine workers?
We actually have, so you'd be aware that there's a Silicosis National Register now, but we actually have our own framework through coal services. So we have a specific one for mining, and it is a very robust framework. I'll just quickly
When you say coal services, is that also for, I have heard that there are at least a number of, in terms of the Cadia gold mine, workers with silicosis there. And I don't know in terms of how public that is, but I hear from multiple people that is an issue. So is that reported to you?
So it would be reported, we would be made aware of it and we would investigate it. But
have you been?
Yes.
In terms of Cadia?
Oh, in terms of Cadia specifically, I'll have to check for you. But just to outline,
if you haven't, I would advise you to.
Yeah, I am aware of some investigations, but I'll just double check my notes for you. We investigate everything that is reported to us. So, and we also have a new health team that we've stood up with, specialised hygienists and things to make sure we're out and about more. So in Cadia, we were notified and investigated the matters. That was in 2024. That was 2 Cadia workers, if that's what you're referring to. And they were first detected during the health surveillance program testing conducted by the mine themselves. There was no evidence found linking the cause of the disease to the work they were doing at Cadia in either of those cases once they're investigated. Quite often though, when I've had a look and spent some time with our health team recently, workers diagnosed with these diseases have worked in the industry for a while. They've also worked in other industries that have potentially historically had issues with silicosis as well. So it is sometimes the issue that it gets picked up, however it's not linked to their current employment. So we do take that those reports very seriously. We review and investigate them all. So but we do for coal, which is different again obviously to the example of Cadia. Thank you. They're already covered by a more stringent health surveillance scheme than the one, the most recent Silica Register for safe work. The Coal Industry Act, which is the basis in which coal services operate, they have an order just to say that on entry to the industry, as well as every 3 years, they're required to be looked at. They put in the register. There's a register. It requires health monitoring by accredited practitioners. It's quite an extensive framework, which is why mining is exempt from the new register.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. This will be probably my last line of questioning. So I've just got some documents to hand.
to table?
To table, that's it, and to pass to the witness. I've made a few copies, but I've made 4 copies. Not as many, not
No.
1, 2. Oh well. It's just to save you from copying them if you want. Thank you. I didn't staple them. So I am about to. Are you about to see an image of something that's taking? Maybe if we could just hand them to the witness first. Thank you. This is, I was talking about RZ Resources, the Kopi Mineral Sands project out at Wentworth earlier.
Yeah.
These are photos, there's a couple of photos of the, what are called the sonic holes, exploration holes on this constituent's property out at Wentworth. This is within this term of government that the resources regulator has been out to their place, investigated their concerns around non-compliance, dust on their property, these exploration holes that haven't been filled in, and has basically found that there is has not identified any non-compliances with the complaints. So firstly, why is that? Why did the resources regulator, I mean that's the holes, why did they find that they should have been rehabilitated, not left like that on this person's property where their dogs and kids can fall in and their goats which they farm?
Absolutely. I'm just not sure what, and I'm not questioning, I'm very familiar with this site. Familiar and have spent a lot of time with the landholder as well through a range of different roles and things. But we've conducted 2 previous investigations into complaints, and as you're saying, the complaints were unsustained. I'm not sure of the dating on these photos. I'm not questioning that they're not filled in or, the veracity of the information that you've provided. Absolutely prepared to have a look at this and determine whether it is a new issue or something that has arisen of late. It's also difficult to tell whereabouts on the property these are, but they absolutely, if this is leftover of exploration, they should have been filled in. But both investigations, and there were many alleged non-compliances. We've sent officers out multiple times. We've also worked with planning because they had some other issues out there as well. So we're working across government in relation to the site. I'm happy to look into these and have someone investigate these if they're new issues or they've not been looked at before. But it is hard to tell from these the location, the date, what are they actually
I've got like
from.
lots of photos in terms of dust, really terrible dust going from vehicles travelling right next to the property, dust going all the way over their house.
And this one is there is a really broken down relationship between the parties.
That's not surprising.
For a range of reasons though, there's a land arbitration matter about an existing agreement. They'd had a previous relationship separate to this matter that had broken down as well. But ultimately...
we do have to remember the RZ Resources, who was Relentless Resources before that, there were details that were revealed via a GIPA of falsifying of documents about rehabilitation back in 2020 and 2021. This is that same company that's had 100 breaches. I mean, I'd believe the landholder over that company any day, to be brutally honest. So I just wanted to, if those types of things are still there.
Yes.
The other question I had was around the enforceable undertaking. That was the payment of $165,000 or whatever it was that RZ Resources paid. Who determines that that amount and where it goes to?
So an enforceable undertaking, all of our policies around our regulatory approach are all published. But in regards to the enforceable undertakings, the resources regulator determine those, and it is based on a range of considerations around the history of the matter, the compliance background of the person, the severity of the breach that has occurred, and just generally what our overarching policy would be in regards to compliance. So what is the outcome that we would be seeking, and the best way to get that, including, like I said, considering previous performance. But there's
So do you think it's fair, the resources regulator, therefore, determined that RZ Resources, was it Relentless at the time when they had to pay the $165,000? So I understand that that money, none of it went to the landholders impacted, and that money went, so donating money to the Association of Mining and Exploration Committee, pay money to the Wentworth Shire Council for works on a public park, and to pay the regulator costs. Are you kidding me?
They're usually things such as education tools,
But no,
training
that's
to improve
not
that
what this is here,
industry, community service. So that would be the park, and it really depends on the site and the offence,
But
the issue at hand.
why didn't it go to actually completing rehabilitation? Like, they were fined for things like not completing rehabilitation, not monitoring completed rehabilitation, failing to maintain adequate records, failing to comply with activity approvals, not consulting landholders, and the
So
landholders got nothing.
All of those
They
matters
spent-
had been resolved, though, or remediated or rehabilitated prior to the enforceable undertaking. So these are new matters.
I'm not sure that's the case, Ms. Tripodi, with respect. That, yeah.
Any payment that is negotiated as part of an enforceable undertaking is in addition to the regulatory requirements. So
the remediation or the reports, whatever is required. That's what I was saying.
Fairman, you done? Well, colleagues, I think that concludes, and officials, that concludes the hearing. We very much appreciate you coming along to give evidence today and for the work you do for the people of New South Wales. The Secretariat will be in contact in due course with any matters that were taken on notice. So thank you very much. You are free to go. Colleagues, we just have to have a